2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. Good to see you, Janae. Just bear with me one moment, friends. Excellent. But prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. As I mentioned, if you'd like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos and the photos. Now, welcome to a full moon in Capricorn during Cancer season. This is a very, very intense full moon. We're going to talk about it. And it's not just given the fact that we're going through a full moon. We've been through full moons before. It's not even the fact that we're going through a Capricorn full moon, which can bring a lot of intensity, or the fact that that Capricorn full moon is occurring in the sign of Cancer, which is often working through the context of the deeper explorations of the self. But there's a lot of congruence points that are also occurring during this full moon that we have to be very attentive towards, especially in the realm of understanding some of those very heavy shifts that we've been seeing. Now, one of the things I brought up is leading into the shifts that we experienced from the last full moon into this one, that Sagittarian full moon into the Capricorn full moon. There were a lot of different planetary alignments that were occurring. Now, we're going to talk about the ones that are most surrounding this particular full moon because they are having an impact. First, not only are we going through that full moon cycle, but we also see right around the same time, we're navigating the fact that Mercury has gone retrograde. Now, this is something I was indicating, the fact that the pre-shadow of this Mercury retrograde season may even feel more intense than being in the Mercury retrograde proper. Specifically because while we were going through that Mercury retrograde pre-shadow period, we also had Jupiter that's moving into Leo. So these are all of the things that are happening around this full moon, right? We've got, as well as the fact that Mars has moved out of Taurus into Gemini. And it was like boom, 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 boom. It was like one thing after another, right? Mars moves into Gemini, which can often feel like problems that potentially, like working on a single thing, and then all of a sudden, like the problem opens up, or there's like confluence issues or things having to do with alignment. And then at the same time, we also see that full moon in Leo, that move, the shift of Jupiter into Leo, which can often work into, again, our own feelings related to the sense of compassion that we bring to and through things, while also working through the Mercury retrograde that allows for a bit of a slowing down. So this is effectively a full moon that allows us to be able to work into the context of our dreams. I just wrote a whole article about Capricorn full moon cycles in Cancer season are literally the stuff that dreams are made of, right? It's a conversation about the work that it takes to bring things into reality. And it's a conversation that almost articulates, it says, if you're trying to bring something into reality, be ready for a bumpy ride, right? Because it's not working into the state of delusion right? It's not working into the state of confusion. It's building into the sense of trusting the process and allowing that trust of the process to move you forwards. And sometimes sometimes it feels very sublime, right? Sometimes it feels easy peasy. Sometimes it feels incredibly rigorous. Sometimes it feels like everything, you're pushing against everything. But the important thing to recognize about all of those is the arrival point, being able to put that force of intention towards things that allows the ability to change in subtle, uncanny, incredible ways, both internally within the self and also externally in the world around the self. Now, that's not easy, and I would not be surprised about this full moon potentially bringing up a lot of feelings. It's a healing full moon, but it's a healing full moon in the context of revealing. And it's a context by which we're able to effectively be revealed upon things that allow us to effectively heal. But there's a lot of that work that we effectively have to necessitate as it relates to being able to navigate the full depth of our emotions. And we talk about this, right? We talk about the fact that a healing journey is not always about everything being perfect all the time. It's about working through the messiness. It's about observing what needs to be adjusted, accommodated for, and changed. And often you'll often notice that, and this is why we're talking about this particular, even this energetic cycle that we're currently experiencing, a lot of those strength relationships, what are they effectively finding in the context of healthy partnership? The observation and the appreciation of being able to navigate and recognize the full shape of strong change, right? The ability to appreciate the strength that we're able to bring to situations, the ability of being able to effectively articulate and move that into spaces or places by which we can get stronger. But how does one effectively find what one is getting stronger in? You have to be able to energetically identify a vulnerability, right? It's through the vulnerability that the healing comes through. You can't get stronger at something unless you're able to energetically articulate and acknowledge that that is an energetic vulnerability or weakness point. Now, as it relates to masculine, feminine, and non binary energy, this is having a different impact depending on how you most align. I've got the full reading here from the last reading we did. And if you'd like to see all the cards from that reading, you can head over to my stack. They're all available for you to view in the podcast by which we effectively recorded the reading. Now, one of the things, and it was very interesting because the cards were very, very different. We're going to start first with talking about masculine energy, bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what you feel most aligned to. One of the things that we saw that occurred in the heart space of masculine, we actually usually draw 3 cards, but 4 cards came out in that reading, which is indicative of the fact of seeing that a lot of the masculine energy potentially going through or working through a heart opening. Now, what's important to notate in relationality to doing the work of heart opening is being able to recognize and observe, right? And I'll tell you right now, for some of the energy doing this work, it may be feeling very empowering, right? It may be feeling like that state or space of building into a depth of appreciation that allows one to be able to do something in a greater fashion. However, right, what do we effectively see that occurs in those moments? That observation of working through something, but not just working through it, but being able to recognize or identify experiences in the past by which one has felt that one was not in one's vulnerability as much as one could ideally desire or ask for. Now, this is very hard because this is what we effectively observe occurs in a healthy healing journey, right? It's not about feeling like everything is energetically perfect. It's being able to work through our vulnerabilities. It's being able to work through our energetic, observed, and often misperceived shortcomings. Because when we're effectively working in that fashion, that ability to be able to identify the sense of intention that we aspire to bring to things, it allows us to be able to facilitate upon and do things in a stronger way. And even in the space by which we do it, like we feel that sense of support in terms of what it is that we're working towards. But it's not easy, right? Because it's that sense like, what does it often feel like when you're trying to get stronger. It often feels like the longing for more strength. So this is a continuation of what we effectively identify is occurring, particularly and especially with Jupiter going through that difficult journey out of Cancer and into Leo, right? Cancer having to effectively plumb the depths of emotionality, right? Jupiter coming into Leo, what does one find in the depth of the self? One finds love there. And the work, right? The having the energetic strength to pull the love out of oneself, right? That's what we effectively see. It feels like for a lot of that masculine energy, right? The ability to go low that allows one to go higher because it's that space by which one is able to effectively understand and bring one's intentions to the observational reality that allows something to effectively become stronger. So that's what we see that's happening right now for masculine energy. Feminine energy, I got to describe it, and I'm just going to tell you the cards that we pulled in the feminine space were effectively, and we're going to talk a little bit about it because there was a depth of intensity there that I think is really important. And the most important thing I want to bring up in relationality to feminine's reading, and the reason I want to bring it up is because we saw a lot of it in the space of the non-binary reading. Last time we did a reading of this nature, which was effectively the Nine of Swords in its upright in the third pillar in combination with the Nine of Swords in its reversal. Now, what's important about that? The reason I bring that up is you may have recognized that I do a lot of readings here. I use a lot of different cards. Now, the observation, you have to do the mathematics in relationality to the odds, right? The energetic odds of pulling the same card in the same position, but not just pulling the same card in the same position. The fact that we effectively see that one of these is in its upright and one is in its energetic reversal. What does that effectively speak to us about? This is a continuation. You'll remember last time we did it in the non-binary space, we had something similar, but that was indicated with the Queen of Wands in its upright. That was also having a reflective point below it with the Queen of Wands in its reversal, right? It's being able to understand what it means to work comprehensively. And when one is working comprehensively, and this is why we talk about the importance of doing our shadow work appropriately, because when we're not doing our shadow work appropriately, it reflects out onto everything around the self, right? It's like it's a conversation. Like, this is what I love to point out. Shadow work spills out. Okay, like, and shadow work spills out, which is effectively that understanding or that recognition of the fact that when one's shadow work is showing, it's often the space by which one is effectively articulating. And you'll often notice it happens with those. It doesn't ever happen from like an intentional conversation, right? It happens in the spaces in between, right? Those little unconscious notes that effectively broadcast to everyone or everything what we're not putting enough energetic focus upon. So we see that this is something that feminine, right? Feminine has effectively recognized within the self, but not just within the self, but in the shape or in the nature of those around the self, right? And that observational point in being able to build into indication, right? Understanding and healing from the need to be perfect. The reason we articulate that this is so important is because when you're working on being fastidious, right, instead of perfect, then that observation of effectively allowing the space of observation when one notices or recognizes something that requires work is effectively the shape and nature of the healing journey, right? Like, if you're trying to go around articulating that you're energetically perfect, well, guess what? Right? You're not really on a healing journey, are you? You're not really on a healing journey. And it's that observation, right? It's that focus of intention in being able to see the state and the nature of what we ourselves are working to contend with that allow us to become each other's point of strength, because it's in the modality by which we're having those conversations, right? It's the understanding of the unifying principle of being able to work through something together that allows one to effectively do something in a stronger way. So I feel like it's difficult because I feel like for a lot of the feminine energy, that this is often feminine having to contend with the observation that frequently when a feminine decides that they want to go on a healing journey, it starts feeling like a really lonely place. Why? Because the feminine energy stops people pleasing, and then all of the unhealthy energy around the feminine takes it personally. And then meanwhile, you've got the feminine making the best decisions, knowing what is best for the feminine, and everybody around the feminine is effectively crashing out because it's articulating, it's giving the observation on the depth of the healing that was energetically needed, that surrounded the feminine energy with that type of energy in the first place, right? And so it can be very difficult for feminine energy that's effectively trying to do that work, because it's often the space or nature by which feminine starts to heal and everybody around them starts losing their minds. Starts going wild because you're like, feminine, why aren't you putting enough energy into taking care of my needs, right? And feminine being like, what if all the needs were, because the feminine's like, I'm trying to work on all the needs, right? So that's often why it feels to feminine, the in feminine working through the misaligned vilification of feminine, focusing on what they come to understand and identify is a healthy healing journey, which is the observation of the feminine that understands. And this is why feminine works through the fact that you have to heal from people pleasing, because particularly and especially in the space by which feminine is working on the needs of others, feminine is putting in the consideration that their needs need to be attended to as well. Not easy, right? Like, there really does, not easy, but energetically necessary. We also see now for non-binary energy, it was very interesting because we had a couple of extra cards coming up. And what was wild about non-binaries read is inadvertently, like, and you guys can go back to the video if you want to see a card that I wasn't even reading for, right? An anomaly card just like literally poked up in the middle of the reading. I wasn't even reading. I turned around and one of the cards from the other deck is up. I'm like, okay, I guess that one needs to go there too, right? Because we basically had in the heart space of non-binary, we had the Page of Pentacles in its reversal with the Hierophant in its reversal. Got that Temperance card bottom of the deck. But then we had a stoppage point in terms of the Nine of Wands, which stopped midway through the pillars we were building, right? And so what was interesting about that is that was where the third card came from, the card that came from another deck. And it works into the context of what it feels like to introduce new concepts to things, right? Because you have to understand that the basis of everything we do is based upon what we already know. So when you understand that knowledge is by its very nature slow, right? When you understand that the state of knowledge is by its very nature slow, then you leave yourself energetically adaptable, right? You leave yourself energetically adaptable for the understanding of what what one has yet to energetically discover. And so it's interesting because I feel like what we are effectively seeing with a lot of that non-binary energy is working on building into the context of disembark points, right? And what's a disembark point? A disembark point is the space by which you leave for the comprehension of things that you yourself have not fully gravitated or expounded upon, right? We see this in a lot of spiritual journeys. This is what we talk about with the uncanny valley in relationality to what we identify as the future that we cannot see versus the things that we do effectively know. And so I think it's really interesting because this is why, right? This is why I often see that for those who see someone who's deep within their egoic journey, it can seem like somebody who's very, very rigid. Because when someone's really rigid in their ego, it can almost come across as someone who demands not to know things, right? Because the ego, right, the ego wants to stay firmly planted on the ground of what they recognize to be. And so what's interesting about it is I literally see situations, especially with this Judgment card that came up in the third pillar that was outside of the deck, that we were reading for, right? Which is the space by which when you know who you are, right? It's not built upon it's not built upon the fabric of what one does, but the shape by which one attends to things or how one effectively does things. It's moving into the identification that we should worry less about egos and more about signatures, right? Because when we're working through energetic signature points, it is the way that we effectively attenuate or identify two things, right? It's the observation of bringing our personal, it's like the observation of bringing our personal flair to energetically everything, because it doesn't necessarily require one to be firmly articulating or constantly identifying the self, but rather working into the context of knowing, right? Of being able to be eager to understand and recognize, well, who one is finding there. So that's why we see, and even in the context by which we identify this, there's a lot of that work that we see that's occurring as it relates to building into the present moment, right? The identification of why it feels important and necessary to effectively recognize the shape of the self. Because when you're, and it's like, this is what I effectively see, and welcome, like, I like to point this out, like, this is a bit of a continuation of what we can energetically expect as we see Pluto in Aquarius, right? Because Pluto in Aquarius helps us work into the understanding that the false preconception of feeling very attentive about the nature of the self isn't self-possessed or obsessed. So long as you're giving that same benefit to everyone around you, the work that we do to understand ourselves actually creates the space that we're each other's safe harbors, because it's in that modality by which we recognize or know ourselves that we're able to see each other clearly. And we can not only help to identify that in terms of who we are ourselves, but who we aspire and long to be, right? That carries the shape and nature of who we are. And that welcoming approach, that ability to effectively articulate upon that and feel joy on that journey, allows us to be able to facilitate communicating better. But the only way we can communicate better is if we stop getting into the realm of all of those feelings that often get, right? What are the feeling, like, what do the egoic feelings want to do? The egoic feelings constantly want to effectively compartmentalize upon things. So we feel like, and I think, like, that's like, this is a continuation of the messiness that we're navigating. As you have to remember, because, like, Pluto has just entered Aquarius. It's not that long it's been there, right? It's understanding that compartmentalizing effectively avoids things, but in terms of being able to articulate and carry the nature and shape of things, allows us to be able to do things in a way that we've never thought possible before. But that's hard because it requires new approaches. It requires new methodologies. It involves new points of thought, and working through that adaptability isn't easy, but it's also it's working into the context of what we identify in relationality to enlightening, right? It's like, it's like almost a little bit of saying, like, what would you rather have? Would you like to have an ego affirming conversation, or would you like to have an enlightening one? Right? Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I'd also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, July 17th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the two cards in the minor arcana. We're going to be studying the symbology of the cards, the history of the cards. I'm going to be working you guys through spread applications, so how you can read those cards in any direction that they may show up in your own reads. I'm also going to show you a unique spread to help you channel the messages of the two cards into your own personal readings. And all you need to do if you'd like to become part of that tarot class program is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You'll also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you guys an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive. As you're ready to receive it, you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletters there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedules and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates to everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. Just wrote one recently on this full moon that we have currently experiencing. You can find it over there. I finally want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your journey on a budget, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everybody just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 6th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all I need to do is know the date that you were added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back to as well. And I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. So good to see you, Julia. How are you doing today? Did you just get on the list? Can you confirm if you just got on the list here? You are first. Well done. Thank you for letting me know, Ivana. I appreciate you. Rich Rising, Janae. So good to see you there. See you. Where did I get what, Nico? I need you to be a little bit more specific. Matt, Michael, why would you possibly ever desire someone to do that? We are about to get started on free readings, Esha. If you'd like to wait, we're going to be doing those once we finish. We do have some individuals that have priority today, which means they'll be read before we start the daily collective. We're doing tarot astrology today, which should be great. How you doing today, Rinki? And thank you, Coco, for those hearts. I appreciate it. Thank you for that subscription. How you doing today, Zen? Hi there, Selena. Yes, I just need to know the date, Selena, that you purchased that reading, and I'll be happy to add you back to the list. That's all I need from you. I just need to know the date that that reading was purchased. I can try to find it, but it'll be helpful if you can give me the actual date. You never lose a reading here if you're not here for your reading. I just put you on the hold list. How you doing today, Per? Thank you for those heart me's, and thank you for sharing the live. And thank you, Janae, for reposting. I appreciate you. Grand Rising Chasing, good to see you today. How you doing today? Leah, we always encourage others to be able to speak here, as long as you're being kind. I've got a very simple rule. You have to be kind and compassionate to those in the chat space, and that includes myself. And how you doing from Germany? Welcome. One moment, please. Excellent. Synchronized to what, Terry? Do hand tattoos hurt? I mean, it's subjective. You know, I think all tattoos carry a level of pain. I feel like the hardest thing with the hand tattoos was not the first one. It's when you have to do it all over again with the second. How are you doing today? You look, I don't know who that is. I'll have to look them up. Thank you thank you for letting me know. Well, you do, so Duff asked a very interesting question over on the place where we keep the videos. They asked, why can't you have intuition and know what to do without cards? So just to be clear, you absolutely can. The cards are not connected to intuition. And this is a lot of the work that we do in teaching about them. So you have to understand that with most divination work, the cards or whatever's being utilized to divine is effectively a mnemonic device, which is something that helps one focus or better sharpen what one is effectively intuiting upon. I hope that helps clarify, and thank you for that very interesting question, Dot. I appreciate it. And oh, my personal reading. Oh, I'm so glad to hear you had a good personal reading, Steve. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I also need to point out, Doff, we don't look to the cards. You said I don't need cards to know what to do in life. We never put our autonomy in the cards to make our decisions for us. That's not what divination is about. And we should be very conscientious of putting our autonomy to make choices outside of the self in any context. Not what we do here. How are you doing, dear? And thank you for reposting the avatar. I appreciate you. How you doing today, dear? Grand Rising. And thank you for those gifts. How you doing today, Ivana? So good to see you. Julia, yeah, the longer for more strength until you look back and realize I'm a warrior. I love that. Appreciate you, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful one. Yes, Julia, feminine energy is learning to embrace depth and channel upon it. I love that. Tap to claim. It keeps going. Absolutely. You know, it's always funny. I always find it really intriguing for those that like to utilize the terminology of snake oil. Do you understand the context by which that terminology came about? I'm just curious if you know. I would love some clarification on what you're trying to indicate when you say that, but also if you understand the origin of the terminology from which it's based off. Absolutely. Yep. Excellent. And just bear with me a moment. Hi there from Vegas. How are you doing today? Well, I need to point out there's no context by which you have to feel that you have to pay for a reading. The readings here are effectively donated. The guides effectively like to utilize those. If those can't afford a reading, then those who are able to understand that the context is that the guides like to send messages through different readings to individuals. So it's not uncommon here for a reading that's donated by one person to be something that another person needs to receive. We also do a free reading each day for those who might not have the funds to be able to have a reading. Yeah, it was right. The Nine of Swords pillar, Laurel. Very interesting, right? But I like it. It's a good one. Cause like, I love this Nine of Swords. Look at the pump. Like, look how well they're vibing, right? Like, look at them vibing. They even look like they got sunglasses on, you know? This is like my favorite Nine of Swords, you know? They're just like, they're nourished, they're unbothered. Yeah, shadow work coming through. How you doing today, bro? Thank you for the follow. And Justice, thank you for the follow as well. Grand Rising, Ava. Thank you for sharing the live, bro. I appreciate you. BB, thank you for those heart me's. I hope you're having a good one. Yeah, always room to grow, tap to claim. Absolutely, facts. Hi there, Mandy. How are you doing today? Thank you, Alamo. Hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm doing well today, voice. How are you doing? To Pluto in Aquarius. I know it's right. It's, it's like, I love Pluto in Aquarius because Pluto in Aquarius is always like, I can make it weirder. I can make it weirder. That's what I love about Pluto and Aquarius. Pluto and Aquarius is always just like, I can make it weirder. Growing pains. Yeah, absolutely, bro. And thank you so much, Stella, for that meteor shower. I've added you to the list. And Jamie, thank you for becoming the 100th fan of my fan club. I appreciate you. Linz, thank you for the follow as well. I need you to be clearer in terms of what you're asking there, Humu. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you, Robert. Mm-hmm. And thank you, user 098, for the follow. Welcome from Ontario. Happy Tuesday, Jamie. You got on the list. Okay. Yes, if you got on the list then and you got on the list beforehand, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I got you, Julia. And Jarrett, thank you for the follow. Thank you for those roses. I want to. Oh, you want to gift it back to the collective? Oh, Selena, that's so kind of you. Guys, please thank Selena for that beautiful gift. You said it was on Saturday? I see it here. Yeah, I've got you. I've got it right here. Thank you. So you are, just to be clear, you want you to, instead of having the reading, you'd like me to give this away to the collective? I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Life, thank you for the follow. Hi there, user 256, Grand Rising. Yeah, most of the readings resonate. Well, I like to point out it's a collective for a reason. It's a collective for a reason. Yep. That's amazing. That's amazing that you have that you know what decisions to make, whether small or big, with no hesitation. And 98, what you said, 98% accurate choice. So what do you mean by 98% accurate choice? Do you mean you've got uh, accuracy in being decisive? Are you saying you've got 98% accuracy in being decisive? And how do you know it's the right choice if you're being 98 decisive in terms of the choice you're making? Hi there, how you doing today, James? Absolutely. Excellent. I know, it was incredibly kind. That's so kind. Thank you, Selena. I deeply appreciate you. I'm happy to give you a 1 card reading today as well, and thank you for that. Um, and for that, yeah, I know. Like, I love when people put numbers on things because it's like if you put a number on something, there needs to be a quotient. Like you can't you 98% of what? Of what precisely? Like, of what of it's a very impressive number, but what is the number? What's the quotient? What's the quotient? What's the quotient? Is there anything that's 90%? That's a good point, James. Is anything 98% anymore? All right. So friends, we got a couple of things to do. First and foremost, we've had an incredible member of the collective, Selena, that's offered to give their reading back to the collective. So we're gonna give that reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. Thank you, Janae. I appreciate that. So what I will do is I'm going to think of a number right now between 1 and 36. Whoever gets the number first will get the reading. Not the first person that posts it, the first person I see, because sometimes I see numbers different in the order than you guys post them. Oh, Janae, congratulations. I had a feeling you were going to get it. That's so wild. Congratulations, Janae. And you can thank Selena for that reading. And thank you again, Selena, for that generous gift back to the collective. We have 3 more spots available today for anybody else who would like to get on the list. Thank you guys so much for participating. How are you doing today, Syed? I hope you're having a lovely day. I need to point out, Elrod, Yeshua never said to worship Yeshua. Yeshua articulated that we should embody the practices that Yeshua was living in terms of how to live and the kindness that we should benefit and give to one another. So, absolutely. Excellent. So we are going to get started today. The way that we typically do it is anybody who has priority, which means that they were on the list before we got on today, has priority in having a reading before we start the daily collective. The first person we have on that list today is Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. I think you said you put it on the disco, so I'll just look for it there. And just a reminder, if you are a paid member, over on the place where we keep the videos, or if you are a super fam, you should have access to our super fam only disco channel where you can post your question. Angus, can you please confirm where you sent the donation, please? I just need, you don't need to put the full name of the place you sent the donation, just the initial. I'll be happy to add you to the list. I don't currently have you on the list right now, or I might, but I just need confirmation on where you sent the donation. Oh, well, I mean that would be so Daph, what you're basically saying is that you've got a lot of like clairsentience as it relates to others' emotions. But I mean, you have to understand what is the context by which you're utilizing to articulate whether what you feel is true or not. Mm-hmm. I got you. Thank you so much, Ivana. I'm happy to read the list right now. So the list we have right now is Ivana, Per, Lisa, Ava, and Julia. You'll all be read for before we start the collective. Stella and Janae are after, and you will be the first 2 read for once we complete. And we've got 3 more spots available today if anybody else would like to get on the list. Okay. Oh, is it? No problem, Julia. You take your time. Excellent. And if anybody on the place where we keep the videos would like to get on the list as well, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. And Ivana, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Excellent. Where did you post it? Got it here? I got you. Ooh. Looks like we're doing a mediumship reading. Just bear with me one moment. Perfect. All right. And just wanted to confirm. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to pause for a bit. I needed to get the date up to make sure that we don't have anyone stealing the vid. All right. So it looks like we're doing a mediumship reading today. Is this inside tea or outside tea, dear? Outside, I got you. Excellent. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nambuere. Well done. Well done. We'll do that again after the next reading. And wait, not just and purr. Look at that. I am impressed. Sharp as a tack today, huh? Excellent. I'm going to pin up Ivana here. Yes. Just bear with me, dear. How you doing today, Joe? I just need to write this down. Okay. I would love a mediumship reading related to my great-grandfather, if they're willing to come through. Even though I never had a chance to meet them, I've always felt a deep curiosity about them and feel so connected to that side of my roots. My family shared a little bit about their journey. Not many details, but enough for me to understand what they went through to build a better life. I want them to know how incredible grateful I am for their courage, strength, and sacrifices. Because of the path he chose and everything he endured, I'm able to be where I am today. If he's present and willing to communicate, I'd love to receive any insight into who he was, his life's journey, the lessons he carried, or any messages he may have for me. If there's anything he'd like me to remember or continue as part of his legacy. All right, can I get... No, the reason I'm laughing is because they don't like card readers. Is why I'm laughing. Yeah, can I get 4 cards? Okay. It's fine. I don't take it personally. It's fine. Can I get 5 cards, please? Can I get 5 cards? Thank you. And thank you for being the first person on the list. You get an additional card. I get it. I get it. I understand. I don't take it personally. It's fine. And it gets... All right. I get it. Okay. Yeah, I get it. Okay. Hold on. It's just, it's funny. It's, somebody's articulating to me a story by which they were around a bunch of superstitious people in their life. And that's the whole reason, like everything they did was them, like, I keep on seeing somebody who was like very quick to hit the unsubscribe button on things. If there had been an unsubscribe button, he would have, like, this would have been the individual pressing it repeatedly. Because what they're basically articulating to me is that there were a lot of energies around them that were constantly trying to tell them, I don't know what this is about, constantly trying to tell them that they had some kind of big, like faded, like somebody having some kind of big faded life. And I literally see somebody who intentionally moved away from something, specifically and particularly because they felt that nobody articulated the nature of their, nobody had the right to articulate their future but them. And that was the thing about it, which is, and it's interesting too, because I see somebody who was very devout, right? I see somebody who was very devout, but often, but did not like almost someone who was a very progressive thinker, someone who did not like when devout became superstitious, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like that was really important, because I would not be surprised if this is someone who often would get into the very sharp arguments as it relates to how others would interpret things, or specifically and particularly someone energetically holding on to something that they did not necessarily understand why. And that's why I think it's really funny, because even in the space by which I'm reading this, like the person I'm reading for is turning their nose up to it, which again, I don't, I get it. I understand. But the reason I'm seeing that is because I see somebody who um, did not do, right? They simply, they did not do what others were energetically doing. And I think it's hard because I literally see a bunch of energy walking in one direction and I'm going, I'm not going, like, you guys are being ridiculous. I'm going this way, right? Like, I see somebody who effectively identified the fact that even as they were doing that, they followed their energetic intuition on something, specifically and particularly because it's interesting. I see somebody trying to tell me about something that they cared about deeply, but getting really upset because it's like they in their own experience, they had to watch something they love. Um, I just keep on seeing like it's like almost somebody articulating upon others doing something that they cared about, but in a way that felt like they keep on articulating to me about something about having to walk away from the thing that they cared about most because the environment of those who are holding it, there was some kind of energetic disagreement there, is what I'm basically seeing. And I keep on getting the disagreement. And this, I don't know if there was like a family element to it, because I see somebody who walked away from, like, they walked away from some kind of situation and they let go, like they let go of something very fundamental. Like, I keep on seeing them saying to somebody, like, you can have it, I don't want anything to do with it. And their ability, their ability of basically, like, when another person saw them as energetically surrendering was effectively the best decision that they made, is what I keep on seeing, right? Because I keep on hearing somebody trying to articulate upon the fact that another person was saying to them in some shape that they were going to live to regret it, right? And I feel like that was them effectively articulating and saying to them back, um, there's like, if I follow my heart, there's nothing I regret, because that's what you should be doing too, right? It feels like there's like they're trying to articulate to me about a situation that felt extremely like, and it's saying to me it's a heartbreaking circumstance, because it literally feels like they were effectively given an ultimatum on something, and they weren't the ones making the ultimatum, right? But the ultimatum ultimately led to there being some kind of estrangement there, right? And I think it's interesting because I see somebody who tried to make another person aware. Like, I literally see somebody for the rest of their life trying to articulate to another and saying that their door was open, right? Like, anytime they wanted to kind of follow them, they could. But it's like I see somebody, like, I see somebody close to them that was so deep in their ego, right? Like, somebody, so they're articulating to me somebody so deep in their ego that they would rather perish, and they're using the word perish, they would rather perish than admit than admit the fact that they were being energetically overly harsh to someone, you know? And I feel like that was something that I feel like that was something that hurt them, because it made them understand that they never wanted it to be like that, you know? Like, I literally keep on seeing a situation by which another person's trying to ask them to talk to someone, and then being like, I can't talk to someone if they won't listen, or I can't, there's nothing I can say to this individual if they've articulated the fact that that them making, I keep on hearing them making some decision to go somewhere, right? It's giving me a little, like, it's giving me a little bit of this, like, I keep on hearing somebody, like, them carrying some kind of pain of saying, like, if you go, you can never come back. And then that person refusing to join them where they were, right? Like, that's what I keep on seeing. So it's hard because, like, I feel like I see somebody who never, like they're saying to me that they were a defender of reason, right? And someone who's a defender of reason is often put in the position where it feels like they're saying to others, like, be reasonable, like, think about this reasonably. But and I feel like what they're, they one of the things I think that they're articulating is you're very similar to them in that way. Because, and I want to point out the thing about it is, like, I see somebody who had some very, I see somebody who had a significant amount of mystical experiences in their life. But I need to point this out, that the experiences they had were mystical by their very nature, simply because, right? Like, they would run it through their own logical system, and they just be like, there's no explaining it, right? Like, their desire, and this is what I meant about someone who was very, right? I see somebody who is both very, very deep in reason, but also very, like, also somebody who was, in a way, like, I keep on hearing begrudgingly mystical is what I keep on getting. Begrudgingly mystical is always the best mystical, because it's not the fact, right? It's not the fact that they didn't have mystical experiences, but they really tried, like, they tried really, really hard. They used to try really, really hard to find logical explanations for them, right? So I keep on getting, like, begrudgingly mystical, because they're like, even in the fact by which they had an experience, they would articulate upon the fact that there must be a rational explanation. um Bottom of the deck on this reading. I feel like this is somebody who's articulating to me that they're one of your guides, right? But you got to notice, a guide like this is not, like, a guide like this is not the type of guide that is going to go out of their way to effectively identify themselves, probably for the reasons that I just dictated, right? I see somebody, like, even like, because it's fun because their opinion, right? Their opinion on being energetically dubious upon things says, like, if you don't, like, if they're doing their job correctly, you won't even notice that they're there, is what I keep on getting, right? Like, I feel like they work very much in the realms of protection. Specifically, I keep on seeing, um, it's interesting. They're articulating to me that they've saved you some grief on a couple of occasions by saying to you, like, I don't know why, it's like they keep on saying that the sound of their voice, because I feel like there's been some couple of situations by which, um, somebody was doing something that was clearly illogical, and they gave you, like, I just keep on hearing, like, them, like, it's funny because they're like the voice, they're going, why would they do that, right? Is what I keep on hearing them say, like, right, like, like somebody saying to you, somebody giving you the understanding on being able to say to another person what they need to show you in order for you to see the fact that they did not know what they were doing, or they did not know fully what they were saying, right? I keep on getting that their gift to you is often dropping you kernels of insight as it relates to another person telling you what you want to hear instead of what you need to hear is what I keep on getting, right? Like it's interesting about that because it says to me, like it keeps on saying it's protection through revelation. And I'm not sure, it's interesting, I'm not sure exactly, I'm even trying to ascertain what that, like, it's almost saying to me like they give you the gift of a logical argument is what I keep on giving. They give you the gift of a logical argument, which helps you effectively identify, right? Helping another person find that point of reason, like that's their specialty. I don't know if they were like, I don't know if they were, it's interesting. I don't know if they were, like, I don't know if there was something that they did in the realm of politics, but I keep on hearing the word orator. Like they were a wonderful orator in their time, is what I keep on getting, because they're pointing to their mouth. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ivana. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. We're reading for those who have priority, which means they were on the list before we got started on today's readings. If you'd like to get on the list today, I've got spots for 3 more individuals on the list before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Lisa. We are doing personals. We're doing personals for anyone who got on the list before the daily before I came on live, and then we're going to get into the daily collective. Mm-hmm. Hi there, Bridget. How you doing today, dear? Okay, that's what I was talking about. Okay, thank you for confirming. Yeah, like I literally see somebody being like, you have to see, like the energy of like having to, like, someone trying to see reason and another person just recognizing that they were not being reasonable. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, that you remember when I said, like, thank you for confirming. I just want to point out it was very interesting. It was very interesting to be reading with someone who was literally looking at me the whole time going, I don't like any of this. I don't like any of this. I was like, and yet, I told you, no offense taken. I get it. I get it. I can see why because here's the thing about it. I feel like they had to deal with some fanatical energy, right? I get it. That's what they were showing me. That's why they like I completely understand what I was seeing there. I mean, Lorelei, I need to point out. So you have to understand the context of prejudice and stereotypes is when you try to make a mass generalization based off of a gross assumption. We shouldn't do that when it comes to any creed, any denomination, and also any sect of any work that individuals do. So I need to point out your prejudice and stereotyping is showing because I've never seen you here. I've never seen you here in the context of my space, but you have come in here with a prejudgment. And when you come into a space with prejudgment and then you try to articulate what's happening there, you put yourself in the role of being a false prophet. So please be conscientious to make sure that your prejudice and stereotyping isn't moving you into the space of being a false prophet, and sending you support on that journey. Braun, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Ivana. Thank you, Jay. And thank you, Basan, for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Very similar energy that I just articulated, Randy. I've never seen you here before. You've just entered for the first time, having never met me or knowing anything about my collective and making a gross assumption in relationality to what is occurring here. There's no space by which you can insult me with the terminology grandmother. Grandmother is one of the most beautiful honorifics, and it's a very sad state of affairs if we live in a society where we believe calling someone a grandmother is going to be in any way, shape, or form not considered a beautiful, honorable thing to say. And it does make me question how you feel about those older feminine energies that are in your own life. I hope you find healing on your healing journey, Enrico. Thank you for the compliment, Chief. Yeah, thank you for and here's the thing. Here's the thing about it. Like I see somebody that was very devout in their own way, but that was what I meant about the fact that they were, like I told you, like I was seeing somebody who was very devout but not superstitious, and they I feel like their greatest regret was they saw others moving into superstition and letting go of belief along the way. Yeah. How you doing today, Jay? Yeah. Oh, I love that mystic. I like that term, Jay. That's what we should start calling all of the grandmothers in our life. That's cool. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, we're gonna get to it. The next person we're reading for today is Per. Per, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 3 spots available today before the list will be closed. Got it. We're doing a dream interpretation. Hooray. And just a reminder, friends, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Vex, good to see you. It's been a minute. Excellent. And hold on a minute. Before we continue with Per's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, Per. Per's on a roll, man. Per's on a roll. Hi there, Jamie. Oh, you want to get on from your 50K? Yeah, you can totally. Yeah, I can add you to the list. All right, so we're taking your 50K, and if you got plenty of time too, so if you want to send the dream over, we can interpret it. Absolutely. Yep. Wait, does yours not come through? Did you send to get on the list? Hold on. What are you looking to come through, Bridget? It didn't come through. Did anyone else see it? I saw boom. Weird. Weird. Or we'll figure it out. What an odd thing to say, Daph. Okay. Let's get to it. And thank you as well. Just pulling up. Excellent. I've got Per's dream here. And Per, is this inside tea or outside tea? How you doing today, Chandan? Welcome, Ronnie. Excellent. Got it, outside. Oh boy, I had a dream last night that honestly felt like I was watching a movie, except I was seeing everything through my own eyes and simultaneously as a bystander. The dream is entitled How I Met My Counterpart. And the dream started with them sitting at a bar in a hotel lobby. I think it was work related. A man came and sat with me and started talking. After a while, I took him to what looked like a cafeteria or staff dining area so we could grab something to eat. Throughout the dream, I was doing most of the talking. I was telling him all kinds of things while he mostly listened. Whenever he spoke, he gave calm, thoughtful, mature answers or advice. He told me he was 48 years old. At first, there was absolutely no romantic attraction from my side. In fact, I thought he looked much older than 48. I simply enjoyed his company and we spent more time together. About halfway through the dream, something really stood out to me. This man was unbelievably patient with me. I've never met anyone with that level of patience before. The only way I can describe it is fatherly patience, which is ironic because I never experienced that kind of patience from my own father in real life. I remember being genuinely amazed, almost wondering how it was even possible for someone to be that patient. At some point, he told me he was a teacher and that he was retiring at the age of 48. That struck me as odd because 48 feels very young to retire. Then again, he also looked older than 48, so somehow it all felt a little confusing. Later, we walked to a high school or university where he taught because he was saying goodbye to his colleagues and students. His farewell was warm. You could really tell how much everyone appreciated and respected him. And then suddenly, I looked him straight in the eyes. For the first time, I noticed the little spark and humor in his eyes and the dimples in his cheek when he smiled. And in that exact moment, I realized this is him. I couldn't understand how I judged his appearance so completely wrong at first. It was like I'd been looking at him without really seeing him. The moment I recognized him, I felt incredibly happy. And he looked relieved, almost as if he'd been patiently waiting for me to finally realize who he was all along. After his farewell, we got into a black car together. Now that I'm awake, I feel like the dream is teaching me that some things simply need to grow. The real connection isn't always instant, or maybe my perception is changing. But I still have a few questions. How can someone be that patient? It's almost hard for me to believe that a person with that much patience could even exist, except for my grandmother. And two, he specifically said 48 years old. Does that age have any significance? Why is he a teacher retiring at the age of 48? This feels like such a specific detail. Can I get 4 cards, please, for per? And one more. So you have to remember that in the dream space, a lot of the things that we see are metaphorical. Um, so the observation of the locationality tells us everything we need about the state nature of the connection. And what do we first identify in relationality to this. You say at first you met in a hotel lobby, and you said you thought it was work related. Now, you stated that in the hotel lobby, you started talking. And then after a while, you took him to a cafeteria or staff dining area so that you could grab something to eat. Now, this is a very relevant piece of information because clearly, if you could take them to a staff dining area, it indicates the fact that you work there, right? That you would not necessarily be able to take them there if you didn't have that point of access. So we see, right, how appearances can be energetically deceiving, because at first when you came into this, it looked like you were both there, right? It looked like you were both there just talking and meeting. But then, right, what occurred in the context by which you were you came to know each other, right? You brought them in to where they would typically not be able to go, okay? So this is effectively the understanding of what happens or how you potentially perceive relationship, right? Which is often the context, right? We'll get into that, right? Because I'm going to tell you right now, that right there is your intimacy wound, okay? Like, remember how we articulated the intimacy wound? I'm very curious in that conversation if you ever cleared them, of the preconception that you did not work there, right? Because the dream itself shows the appearances, right? The whole dream is, the title of this dream is not how you met your counterpart. It's about how appearances can be deceiving, right? And so what you began with the first energetic deception point, right? Which is the observation of you sitting there, right? That was the observation of you sitting there with them in the hotel. And little do they know, right? Little do they know that you energetically work there, right? So your observation of being able to effectively, right? I wouldn't be surprised if there are situations or circumstances where it feels, right, that you kind of, you don't necessarily open up very easily, right? And the space by which you don't necessarily open up easily, right? There's that definition is some of your shadow work showing, right? Now, and they, for their part, appearances can be energetically deceiving because you identified that when you first saw them, right, they looked energetically older. They looked older than they articulated, okay? So potentially, right? And what I love about this is for both of you, right? For both of you, we're seeing a little bit of energetic vanity, right? Your vanity, like the vanity that you're expressing, is potentially sometimes diminishing, right? Sometimes diminishing your full knowledge base as you feel someone out, right? Theirs, they might have some energetic vanity in relationality to their own age, which is what you're potentially seeing in the space by which you said the articulation point, right? And that's the observation of saying, right, that you potentially understand each other. Now, you identified, right? You understand, right? We all have, everybody has vanity in different spaces, right? Yours, right? They showed you yours first before you kept on landing upon theirs. Now, you said that you were throughout the dream, you were the one doing most of the talking. And you articulated that you were telling them all kinds of things while they mostly listened. And you said whenever they spoke, they gave a calm, thoughtful, mature answers or advice, right? Now, at first, you said there was no romantic attraction from your side. And you said you thought that they looked much older than the age that they dictated. You said you simply enjoyed their company and you spent more time together. About halfway through the dream, something that stood out to you. You said they were incredibly patient and you never met anyone with that level of patience before. You said the only way you could describe it was fatherly patience, which is ironic because you said you never experienced that kind of patience from someone in your own life. However, you said you were genuinely amazed and wondered how it was even possible for someone to be that patient. Well, then you find out, right? What do you identify with the profound patience that you energetically arrived to? You said that they were retiring at the age of 48. Now, the space by which you identified that they were retiring at 48, you said it was young to retire, but you have to remember we're not looking at this from the realm of tangible profession, but relationship, right? And the relationship that we see that they're energetically retiring from are situations or relationships by which they felt more like they were in an experience by which they were teaching or helping someone rather than being in a peer relationship, right? The state or nature by which you potentially meet them at a time by which they don't want to be another person's lesson, right? They don't want to be in the context of learning through one another, but rather being in the space of energetic, right? Energetic balance, right? And finding that point of energetic balance that allows them to feel like they're in healthy relationship. So what do you effectively see is occurring there, right? You feel, and this is what it's going to feel like as you move into relationship with them, you're going to feel like you're experiencing something that feels energetically patient, but they, for their part, will feel relieved because they'll feel that you are the most mature person that they have ever met, right? Because your maturity, right? Your maturity is identified and articulated via the relief that they feel in the context of being in relationship with you. You stated after that point, you said that you walked to the high school or university where they taught because they were saying goodbye to their colleagues and students. And you said the farewell was warm and you could really tell how much everyone appreciated or respected them. And then suddenly you looked in their eyes. Now, what's interesting about this is I wouldn't be surprised if when you meet this person, they are potentially moving into a different life path because you identified the fact that they're leaving behind some colleagues as well as some students. So it does articulate to me the shape and nature of what they themselves are doing, whether it's happening in relationship. It's not just having an impact, right? It's not just having a direct impact on them personally, but it's having a profound impact on the shape and nature of the relationships potentially surrounding them as well, right? Because something about that says, like, you may be meeting someone who's going through a deep transitional process, specifically and particularly because they've made an energetic choice like that in their own experience. And that's why when you saw them, right, and this is what's amazing about it, you said that when you saw them, you saw a little spark and humor in his eyes and dimples in his cheek when he smiled, because what was effectively happening is that was them returning back to themselves again, right? The observation of the work, right? The observation of the work of letting go of the energetic burden of responsibility there, that's allowing them to feel like they're moving back towards their inner child, which is what they're going to feel when they're in relationship with you. And then you articulated that you realized that they looked relieved, as if they were patiently waiting for you to realize who they were all along, but they're also relieved, right? They're going through the mutual relief of finding you, but also letting go of things that they themselves thought that they needed, right? And that observation of being able to move into that context is allowing the state or nature by which they're expressing to you, right, the full depth of their meaning and the relief that they feel. You're going to be finding them at a point by which they're going through some bittersweet stuff, because they're going to feel heavy, but they're also going to feel blessed in the context of meeting you and sharing that energetic burden. You said that when you were awake, you felt like the dream was teaching you that some things simply need time to grow, and that real connection isn't always instant, or maybe your perception is changing. But you still had a few questions. You said you asked, how can someone be that patient? Well, the identification point, right? What you are seeing as patience is someone who genuinely just enjoys being with you, right? Someone who just genuinely enjoys the time that you energetically spend together. So while you're seeing it as patience, they're seeing that as the gift of their presence that they're giving you. You also articulated that the age, right? Now, the age is very interesting because we've talked about the fact there seems to be a deep focus on that number. And 4 and 8 equals 12, which is potentially working through the observation of them going through a very deep energetic cycle, or what we effectively identify, right? There's two different things that we see that may be indicative in that number. One, there may be something there about someone having a little bit of energetic vanity in relationality to their own age point, but also potentially the observation or the understanding of them going through an energetic life cycle that allows them to feel, right? Allows them to feel the point of energetic relief, specifically and particularly because that would be indicative of the fact that they're ready to let go, right? They're going through a life cycle where they're ready to let go, feeling like they're in relationship with a need to teach another, right? Necessarily just wanting to be, I keep on hearing, being in a state by which two people are able to just energetically enjoy their company. Now, bottom of the deck on this reading, we've got the 8, we've got the 4 of Cups. Now, the 4 of Cups is working through, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised when you meet this person if they're going through a deep transition process. I wouldn't even be surprised if you see somebody who is looking in some way, shape, or form to start their entire life again. Because something I'm observing here, right? It feels to me like I feel like I see some kind of situation that was energetically, I'm not sure, and it has to do with the state or nature of the counterpart that they're working to heal from. I feel like there's some kind of point of consideration that we're identifying here that has to do with the recognition or the understanding of being like getting, not only them getting better in terms of identifying what they want, but not, and I think that we've read upon this before, having to navigate some kind of circumstance or situation by which another person, like effectively working into the context of giving and giving and giving to things, right? And then feeling that rigor point or working through that frustration as it relates to the observation of another person, right? Another person articulating what feels like I feel like this is almost somebody saying like what you experience as patience, another person would often articulate to them was indicative of the fact that they were constantly waiting, right? it basically says to me that one person's patience is observed as another person's waiting. That what one finds in one person that's a gift, another person would often articulate from a point of profound frustration or annoyance. So this is what I see in terms of you both facilitating and being healthy counterparts to one another. Because the fact that there they are, right? Like you, I wouldn't be surprised if this is someone who articulates upon the fact that them just genuinely enjoying the time that you spend together. Another person that they're healing from may have articulated to them as feeling energetically bored, or the fact by which they didn't seem like they had something else to energetically do. Because I keep on seeing that this is the observation of the wounds that you're both healing from. And that would also give us that justice energy, because the state or nature by which you find balance, it's going to be reflected to the shadow work that when you are with them, right? And the understanding about the fact that you might have that tendency of not really fully revealing things, them effectively understanding that in terms of the experience of what you've been through, and them kind of working into the space of just genuinely appreciating and enjoying time together, right? They're going to be healing, right? I almost feel like I see somebody who's potentially going to be apologizing to you and saying like, I'm sorry, I'm boring. And you being like, there's nothing boring about you. You seem very energetically patient. So this is the mutual shadow work that I see that you're both healing together, because it's not the fact that you're coming to each other fully healed, but the healing feels revealing, specifically because of how you effectively ascertain it, right? Which is why, like, I'm going to see even now, like, the fact that they, and I keep on saying, remember, it's not based on appearances. I wouldn't be surprised if this is someone who actually is younger, but acts, right? Someone who is younger, but has the qualities, right, of someone who is much older. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Absolutely. I don't mean to be calling you out, dear. I'm just doing the dream interpretation. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's so strange, Bridget. You're having the frog issue with Goose now, aren't you? Yeah, the dining area you see a lot in your dreams. Well, we'll have to get into that too. Was it the same dining area that we've talked about? Because that's important. Yeah, you were talking a lot in your dreams. Yeah. And thank you for sharing the live, and thank you for reposting, Ella. How you doing today, how you doing today, Cosas? If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. How you doing today, Dono? Yeah, someone's frustration's another one's treasure, exactly. Mm-hmm. Mature younger. You're so welcome, Per. How you doing today, Butterfly? Interesting. How you doing today, Animal? Hi there, Bee. All right, let's get to it. Just bear with me a moment. I'm so glad, Butterfly. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. All right, let's continue. Next person on the list for today is Lisa. Lisa, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, as I mentioned, we've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. Well, so I need to point out, it's a very good question. Okay, sorry. So the reason I'm laughing is Ivana asked, why does spirit in the afterlife reject mystical practices if they've already experienced them in the spiritual realm? First of all, it's going to be a case by case basis, right? But the funniest thing that I often have that happens when I read for someone who had a tendency, and it's happened before, I've read for people who've crossed over who had a tendency of being very atheist or non-believing when in the tangible experience. And it's funny because they often, like, the best way I can describe it is they often come to me when I'm reading for them with a sense of chagrin, right? And so like chagrin's the answer, right? Chagrin's a thing, and chagrin exists in spirit, which is often the space by which, like, and I need to point this out, like a perfect example was that reading I gave with someone sitting there, right? Like they were literally sitting there as I was reading for them, and they were like picking on like they're like they were picking on the fabric that they were wearing, and they're going, I really don't subscribe to any of this. I don't think any of this is good. But I'm like, and they're like, and they were also like, but I also recognize the irony of you and I talking in this way. So I guess, and I'm like, they're all spirits also learning is the best way I can describe it, because I was like, we're all learning always together. Even when you're in spirit, the learning continues. So the observation, and I'll give you a perfect example. So for that energy I was reading, the thing you have to understand is they were being very, the reason that and that was what they were articulating to me, right? Because those who are, you have to understand, spirituality is a drug, right? And when you think about it in that way, then what are those that are superstitious but individuals that are actually obsessed with making everything an energetically mystical experience, right? So that's what I saw somebody trying to indicate to me in spirit as they were communicating, which is the space by which they'd seen others that were harmed, right? That they had experienced profound harm in their own experience because the energy around them was misconstruing faith for superstition. So that's what they articulated, which is why they navigated the fact that they weren't a big fan of these, because they'd seen, right, much like anything, right? Much like anything, you can use something in the right way, right? You can use a hammer to pound a nail, or you could use a hammer to break someone's door down, right? Like it's all about the healthy application of things. And so that's why I saw them, they're working. And it was funny too, because even as I was reading with them, they were saying, I'm working, like, I'm working to heal they were like, I'm working to heal my feelings about it. It's like, I'm like, I get it. And that's why I was like, I understand. Like, I totally understand what they were articulating. So, all right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Lisa. Lisa, if you're here. Yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing about it. It's going to be a case by case. And I'll be very clear, right? This is why we often articulate when we're doing mediumship, it has to operate in the context of consent. Because if a spirit doesn't want to talk, that's their business, right? So that even in that observation. Mm-hmm. Yep. How you doing today, Team Ilsana? I got you, Per. All right, my friends, we've got one more spot on the list today before the list will be closed. All right. And thank you as well. How you doing today? Okay, so Lisa, I haven't seen your question come through. Second call for Lisa. Hold on. Oh, we all have an ancestral lineage, Paul. It's just a question of whether we're connected to them or not. Him being my guide doesn't affect my spiritual path. I mean, but that's why I see a guide that potentially, like a guide, for instance, like that probably keeps a healthy distance, because They're like that kind of guide is like, I'm here to protect you. I'm not here to build a conversation with you because right? Like it says to me that's a type of guide that like that's the reason if they're not like I'm gonna say if it's not like the space by which they feel like they're coming forward towards you, this is their explanation as to why. Right? I'm here if you need me. Like it's like I'm here if you need me. Right? Like they're like interventional purposes only. Interventional purposes only. You stay away from that one. Absolutely. Oop. All right, whose cards are these? Next person we're reading for. This guide should only be used for interventional purposes only. If you have these problems on a daily basis, please see a much more common guide. If Lisa's not here, the next person we're reading for is Ava. I got you. Oh, wait, Lisa's back. Okay, hold on. Good, because these felt like your cards. I was like, where'd you go? Oh, weird. Wait, I didn't see Bridget post Goose. That's so weird. Oh, that's wild. Why didn't I get to? Okay. Yes, I see you. I can see you, Lisa. All right. Where were we? Where did you post your question? I got it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll do it. I told you, I just want to point out, I told you guys that this pre-retrograde shadow period was going to be worse than the retrograde proper. Is this inside tea or outside tea, dear? All right. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. We'll do it again after the next reading. I'm going to pin up Lisa here. Okay. All right. I had a huge weekend full of redirection and fall throughs. This full moon mixed with the Mercury pre-shadow was a massive mirror to my bandwidth. I would like to get a reading that helps me understand this energy and how to alchemize these intense experiences moving forward and utilizing this for my highest purpose and alignment. Okay, we've got 2 out. Can I get 2 more, please? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, I get it. Yeah, I think you kind of know what's up. Right? Like this is giving me like the only way out is through kind of energy. And it feels like an angelic read, so hold on a minute. Oh, where's your book? Here it is. I just keep on hearing an angelic that's trying to articulate. I keep on hearing an angelic go that's arriving that's going, I'm here to clear you of any false pretenses. I'm here to clear you. I'm here to clear you of any false pretenses. Yay! Right? But that's what that's gonna feel like. I'm here to clear you of any false pretenses. Oh goody. Oh, look. Oh, there's a false pretense. Oh, there's a false pretense. There's a false pretense. You know? Um, let's walk through it. Cause this is some this is some I'm seeing some garbage, you know? Ugh. Okay, so how do I explain this? Um, so just a minute. You know, I'm gonna basically tell you what the angelic's saying because I feel like it's gonna be the easiest because the thing about it is I just keep on seeing I feel like you've gone through something that feels like I keep on hearing how does your consideration of the fact does your consideration of the fact that it was an egoic cleanse help frame anything that happened? And the reason I say that is the thing about it is, you know, and the reason I need to point the song I keep on hearing around it is um I don't have to be here is what I keep on getting. You know? That's interesting because and I think that there's something really important about that because it almost I see something that you're doing. I see something that you're doing because you care, right? I see something that you're doing um specifically specifically because it's close to your heart, right? And when we're doing things that speak to our heart space, um we can see how others, right? We can often see how others are doing something in a way that they're doing something just for the sake of energetically centering the self is what I'm getting. You know what I mean? And I think that there's something really important about that because and I think that you'll understand this. Um and people will be individuals will act completely whack. And sometimes somebody's completely acting whack and the thing of it, the way you'll notice this is when somebody's acting whack and they've got a good reason, then usually when you say like someone when someone's in a good place, they'll pull one aside and say to you I've got some feelings that I need to address. There's something I want to energetically talk to you about. But when another person is going whack because they don't feel like they're the center of attention, it's not like someone's going to pull them. It's not like someone's going to pull you aside and be like, you know, I'm upset because there's not enough. There's there's not enough of this coming towards me right now, right? And it's that, you know, it's often, and the hard part about it is sometimes you find yourself in the middle of a conversation like that in relationality to the fact that the other person won't articulate that that's happening, but you're very aware that it is, right? And it makes for, I keep wondering, it makes for weird experiences. And so I want you to be conscientious about that, because again, what I really see is happening is someone not understanding the type of person you are, right? And that's what I keep on getting. That's what I kept on getting in terms of something from you going, I don't have to be here, right? Which is the observation. And I love this, because this is often what happens when somebody's trying to create a false power struggle, right? There's energy that gets in their head about there being some kind of power struggle. And then there's the energy that's like got like that actually doing something like for the goodness of their heart. And they just walk away, because it's like a power struggle requires two people pulling, right? And the thing about it is often those who demand power struggles don't aspire for real connection, right? Like that's the truth of it. Like those who are eager for power struggles are terrified, like absolutely terrified of genuine connection, right? It's like it's like that's all it comes down to. And the hard part about that is I feel like something I'm seeing here. It's funny too, because I've got a guide. I've got a guide and an ancestral that like, I don't know, I keep on hearing a guide and an ancestral were speaking through you in that room. Hold on. And I think it's hard because like I don't know why they're trying to articulate that you chilled somebody. It's funny too, because I keep on hearing your ancestral saying that you chilled someone out, but I keep on hearing the reason you chilled them out is you gave them chills. You chilled someone out, you gave them chills because they felt like they were talking to someone they hadn't spoken to in a long time, is what I keep on getting. It's interesting. I'm not sure if you picked up on that. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, that's six of here, like, you know, I don't know. I don't know. Like, if it was this some family stuff? It feels real family in here. And the thing about it, like, I need to point out, this is why you don't carry arguments across into spirit. Okay. There's this misconception, right? There's this like, just make sure, like, this is what we talk about, like, just like clear the air before you cross over into spirit. Because like the thing about it is like, I want to point out, like, the thing you have to understand is, like, you know how somebody sometimes articulates and because like everything's forgiven in spirit. That's not that's not true. Right? Like that's not true. Like their spirits will something be like they've always been like that. Would you like some tea? Like, would you like some tea? Right? It's like, it's not that everything's forgiven in spirit. Spirit's got a lot of strong tea, which is like, you want to go into that? Should we go into the archives for a minute? Should we pull one of these records out? You know what I mean? And I feel like that's the thing about it. You know, like it feels like, yeah, like spirit, like, and here I need to point this out. When spirit sees somebody, I don't know why I'm getting this is one of your ancestrals. Like when spirit sees someone run in their mouth, right? When spirit sees somebody run in their mouth on something that they have absolutely like because like based on wanting to feel like based on something that they want for the sake of pride, right? Like someone trying to articulate upon pride of something. I keep on hearing pride. Like we don't need to articulate about being proud at something if we're doing the right thing. Did you ever notice that? You know, you ever notice nobody ever defends a good thing in relationality. Like it's the understanding that when we're embodying it, we're putting that active energy into things. We're articulating upon it. We're moving things in positive directions. Um, we don't like. I keep on hearing when we're proud of things, we're living things, right? Proud things are living things, right? And someone just like really rigid in their egoic journey will articulate that something about pride, like something about pride needing to be like the defensiveness of false pride, which is someone who feels under attack, and having to say to somebody like, what wouldn't make you feel under attack, is what I keep on getting, right? Like that's what I keep on hearing on something. Like what wouldn't, like you can only describe it as an attack if you can articulate how one can approach another without feeling that way, right? You know, you always like you notice that like somebody, like I just keep on hearing somebody saying like I don't know why I keep on hearing the word attack, and say, and next time I keep on hearing them say, next time you're in a conversation with them, having to say, if that word came up, what would be a way, like what would not make, like what would be the catharsis point on that, right? What would be a better way of doing that, right? If they can't, because if they can't give you if they can't give you an answer, then that is your answer. All right, thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I have one more spot today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of, hold on a minute, I need to write down that angelic. Very specific. Okay. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards. There was an angelic that came through on that. Lisa, I want to look them up before I articulate them, because I haven't heard them. Like I haven't heard them before. I feel like I have heard them before, but they don't come up often. They're very specific. So if you want to reach out to me after, I'm happy to provide the name on them after I do a little exploring. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just gonna read over. And thank you, Mill, for the follow. How are you doing today? Okay. And just reading over. Yeah, they have 0 idea who I am, and they assume and assume, especially in the spirit world. Yep. Mm-hmm. How you doing today, Stella? Yeah, I can see that protective team around you. Mm-hmm. Let me get the receipts. I have time. Yeah, it speaks for itself. Yeah, embodiment doesn't have to be said. It's felt. Exactly what I was reading for. Are you kidding? Oh, Ava, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for doing that. Second, let me confirm if I see you. I mean, I also need to point out that's completely unacceptable. If that app is not letting me see you because you're reporting people, like that is something that I need to bring to them to tell them about, because that is completely unacceptable. Mm-hmm. Okay. Excellent. Yeah, so it's interesting. I'm looking over there, Ava. If you can comment, I'll confirm if I can see you, because if not, I will take that. I'll bring that to my team there and articulate that that's occurring, because I haven't seen your messages coming through. How are you doing today, Bharati? Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yep. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't seen your message come through. Yeah, thank you. You know what? Here's the thing about it. Could you do me a favor? When Ava, go ahead and do me a favor and take a screen cap, and I'll reach out to them today to see if I can get to the bottom of what's occurring there, because that's completely unacceptable. All right, let's continue right now. Hi there. How you doing today, Jershow? All right. And speaking of which, Ava, you're the next person that we're reading for today. And just a reminder, friends, we are going to be doing our daily collective. We have some individuals who had priority who are being read for before we start the daily collective. Anyone who gets on the list before we begin always has priority. And you know what I'll do? You know, Ava, if you're comfortable with that, I'll just give you, once I have access, I'll just give you mod powers there, because that should stop you being blocked if you're reporting people. Okay? All right. Excellent. No problem. And you said the questions on the disco. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. Okay. And then Ava, is this inside tea or outside tea? Okay. So I will point out that nothing I give here in any way, shape, or form should be connected at all to anything related to anything medical. Energetically, we're going to be doing 2 cards on how you can rebuild your confidence and 2 cards on your Chiron, wounded healing journey. Absolutely. And I'm going to pin up Ava here. Guys, make sure to give Ava some love. So I think that one of the things that's important to identify is that knowledge is power. And I want you to understand the reason that we articulate that knowledge is power is given the fact that when we're empowered by knowledge, it helps us effectively recognize what we can, like what is within our purview to navigate for ourselves versus what it is that we need energetic outside support and assistance with. And I feel like more than anything, the observation of being able to recognize or feel energetically empowered is being able to help you understand, right? It's building into a deeper understanding as to what others may intuitively or easily cognate into versus something that you yourself either have to do differently or have to work or have to put extra energetic support into. Because everything I'm seeing there is and I think you probably recognize this, there are blessings, right? There are blessings that we receive in everything that we have, but there's blessings and energetic recessions. So with the understanding that every blessing comes with a recessing, right? The observation that every blessing comes with a recessing is the observation of you being able to recognize and navigate your personal truth in terms of what you are exceptionally good at doing versus those areas or situations that require, that are harder for you or that you struggle with, that you might need more additional assistance or concentration upon. And it's interesting because particularly this is also connected to a past life wound, right? Because what did we see, right? If you'll remember that one of the things that we articulated upon that past life was that it basically provided you, right? It basically provided you with a very strong sense of structure, right? Like there's like, we've seen a lot of indications that that was something that you didn't necessarily even like, you were in the same, like you were the same way in a past life, but you didn't necessarily need to put that much work into it because the external system, right? The external system effectively allowed you to energetically flourish, right? And it's interesting too, because I feel like if anything, the reason, right? The reason I feel like, and I like to point this out, even in the understanding of past life that comes to the surface, it always has a purpose. So I feel like there's actually something very beautiful and elegant in the fact that you had all of that information that you received about knowledge of a past life, right? Prior to conceiving into recognizing something in the present life that requires, a bit of effort because it's helping you to attenuate how to get some of that past life energy into the present experience. And the word I keep on seeing, right, is, and I think that this has to do with your Chiron. And it's funny too, because I'm not exactly sure. There's your book. I'm not sure where your Chiron placement is, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's sitting somewhere like Taurus, because I feel like the answer that's coming through is discipline, right? And not just, and I want to point this out because I feel like this might be a word that you've been having some shadow work on, right? Because the hard part with discipline, right? Like that's like discipline, like that's a reason discipline is a hard word, because discipline isn't about what we like doing, right? It's about what we know is good for us, right? It's what we know is good for us. And it's hard, right? Because often, and the thing about it is, and I want you to think about that. I want you to think that about this period of time for you is a period of time by which you're building discipline, right? You're building discipline for yourself, and the discipline is effectively you being able to identify and say to yourself, like, look, each day, these are the things that I need to do, right? Each day, this is the structure that I'm creating for myself. And so I want you to think about, right? I want you to think about that structure, right? The structure of your day is effectively your discipline, right? And I want you to think about it as that structure is your palace. You know, that structure, right? It's not just about, that's just not about doing things. It's the palace you're building yourself. And the thing about it is when you first start doing it, right? Bottom of the deck, like here's that salmon energy, right? When you first start doing something, it's going to feel like a burden, right? It's going to feel highly annoying, right? It's going to feel like something, you know, that you're not feeling necessarily inclined to do. But every time, right, every time you do that, right, every time you do that, even if you didn't want to, right, it's becoming your practice, right? It's becoming a part, right? You're carving out a new part of your palace. So that observation of being able to work through something, and not only work through it, but having the tenacity of staying energetically consistent with it, then I want you to effectively identify that that is you working into the context of navigating or identifying that it can, not only can it be done, but there will be the moment by which you don't think about it, right? You'll have the moment by which you won't feel the need to decide upon doing it, but you'll move into it as easily as breathing. And that's your bottom of the deck, right? We work into, right? We work into the practice of things so that the effort becomes breath. And often when we're doing so, and here's the thing about it, I think that's important too. I feel like I see situations by which you sometimes stop doing something and then you get upset at yourself and then you stop doing it completely, right? It's okay, right? It's okay if you have to take a day or two away from things, right? It's okay if you have those moments by which you potentially slip back, right? Because what you're trying to do is not build into perfectitude, but the days that you're disciplined outweigh, right? The days that you're energetically disciplined outweigh the days by which one isn't. So remember, don't think of it so much as being hard on yourself if there's like a day or two by which you don't stick to it, because when it becomes the observation of you being noticeable on the days that you slip out of it, then you've already changed your perception, right? Because that's the moment by which it doesn't feel weird. It doesn't feel weird to do it. That means you're building into the day that it's going to feel weird that you don't do it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message, like, and it's interesting too, because like the guide coming through on it is saying like, trust the flip, right? They're saying trust the flip. It will, like, if it feels like that, remember with consistency, right? It's inevitable that it will flip. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common. So I want you focusing on building that ideal day. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi, Bolton. You're welcome to get on the list. Thank you for those heart me's. I've got room on the list for one more person if you want to send that donation over. And Crystal, thank you for the follow. Yep, happy to read the list. Stella, you're going to be after the Daily Collective. The list we have right now is Julia, Stella, Janae, Jamie, and Per. Yep, I just did now. And again, I'm very concerned, Ava, because as someone who has a paid subscription there, I should be able to see your messages. It's very concerning to me. So I'm going to see if I can identify what is occurring in relationality to that. I'm actually, hold on, I'm just reporting it now. Hold on. Okay. Yep, you're next, Julia. Excellent. Thank you for sharing the live, Crystal. Your field's just so dynamic today. Oh, thank you, dear. I appreciate that, Trishina. And thank you for being here and part of these messages. And thank you for being a part of this collective. Yep, that's totally Strega snoring. You heard her? You know, I think the funny part is, I think she heard you guys talking about her because she got up in a gruff. She like got up and she like indignantly walked out. I know, she snores real loud. She snores like a person. It's very funny. She can't help it. She's got, yeah, I know, it's loud, right? You guys were hearing it too. Yeah, it's difficult for me to build my, but I hope these help you. And I feel like one of those angelics is there to help you with it too. Oh, I love that, Per. Yeah, I needed to hear that. I hardly sleep, so I find it really hard. Discipline becomes sanctuary. Thank you for also receiving this message, Trishina. I appreciate you. I need to hear that about taking a break is okay when needed. You're so welcome, Ava. Absolutely. Yeah, I feel... Are you kidding? You had a dream about their tooth hurting and then their dentist called them. That's wild. Yeah. Maybe it was psychically communicating with Strega. I right? She knows this about herself. She snores like a human. It's very loud. All right, let's get to it. Thank you. I appreciate you sending that over, um, Ava. Yeah, can you try commenting again? I'll see if I can find it. I appreciate that. All right, let's get to it. Yeah, that's what she did. She was like, yes, I snore. And then she left the room. All right, let's get to it. We got Julia coming up next on the disco. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the water dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. And I'm going to pin up Julia here. Oh, she's back. Strega's back. Okay. She came back for the reading. Don't you dare go over there. No. 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 Where are you trying to go? Love your life. Thank you. Okay. Got you. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Uh-huh. Yep, I got you. Thank you. And Bolton, we just put the initials next time because the apps are very jealous. They absolutely hate when we mention other apps. So, just the initial next time. Okay. But I've got you on, and the list is now closed. So if anybody else wants to get on the list, you can get on the list for tomorrow, and you'll have first priority. Yeah, I see you, Strega is so funny because now she's just staring. Now she's like, all right, we're doing this reading. Okay. Just bear with me a minute. Okay. You summoned her. All right, let's get to it. All right, I'm going to pin you up here, Julia. Guys, make sure to give Julia some love. Hi there, Gary. Welcome, Captain. Okay. There's some nasty drama I'm currently dealing with. I have a serious problem when I see corruption happening as someone who, particularly to minors and those, and as a person who grew up in foster care, sending you so much support on that journey. I'm typing this at 11:11. I work with guides, and they recently came through very strongly, and I feel like they're tied to the circumstances I'm currently observing and offering some guidance around the situation. So much guidance from them and my higher self on navigating it all, and general blessings pouring out of me. I'm also at a point of deep inner peace, and I'm having I'm having fun with this human experience and what I can do with my energy and bring about. I love being a human at a profound level now, and there's nothing I wish to escape from, only to be deeply immersed, to blend the spirit and human. So I'm excited to be in this space and all that I can create in imagination with the energy I'm embodying. And I realize just how potent my energy is. I don't have to say anything most of the time. People know when there is some ridiculousness. And I'm just like, yeah. So it sounds to me that we're doing a read in relationality to navigating some concerning circumstances. Correct? I know, I love that too. Look, that's how the guides see you. I love it. This is how the guide sees you. It feels like you're looking for a direct message from this guide. So, like, this is a direct message coming through the guide that you articulated. They do the same thing, right? That's what their job is too. Their job is, they're saying, my job is looking out for those who can't look out for themselves. When you cut it, when you get it, when it, like, they're often misconceived, you know. They're all, I feel like that's the thing about it. Like, they're articulating that they're often misperceived, but they're identifying in the space of saying that their main job is to look after those that can't take care of themselves. And you know, the observation of that is understanding the responsibility that comes with that. And I like it too, because this guide's trying to articulate that they don't care what other people think about them, right? They don't care so much what others think about them, because what you like, they're articulating what they think, what others think about doesn't change the state or nature of the job that they have to do, right? And they're giving a little bit of a I'm rubber, you're glue kind of I'm rubber, you're glue kind of attitude towards it, because like it almost feels to me that what they're really articulating is when you and this is basically, like, this is basically the modality you have to navigate, right? Which is when we're feeling like, when we're feeling protective of others, then we're not afraid to say boo, right? Like, when we understand the nature of being energetically protective, then we're not afraid to say boo, because it's the state or nature by which another person says, right? Like, I keep on seeing someone say that the state or nature by which you say, I don't want to be like I don't want to be scary, but I'll be energetically scary if I have to, right? Because it's like being energetically afraid is the articulation point in understanding. And I feel like this is what your guides are kind of showing you, right? Like, it's not unpleasant to say that something is not energetically okay. And you know, and I think that there's something important, like, I think that it's important, right? Because what they're also saying is, like, I feel like the guide is there more than anything to effectively help you hit the right tone, if you will, right? And what do I mean about hitting the right tone? Hitting the right tone is about not doing something in a way by which someone will try to identify that you're being hysterical, is what I'm getting. And I know that word, like, I don't like that word, right? I don't like that word at all, because you'll often notice, right? You'll often notice that those who typically like to employ that word never seem to give indications on what someone is being hysterical about, right? They just like to utilize hysterical as a reason instead. Like, you ever notice, like, someone articulate, like, hysterical is a very convenient distraction, is what I keep on getting, right? Hysterical is a very convenient distraction, because, right, like, often when somebody articulates that we're being hysterical, they're telling on themselves, right? When someone articulates that we're being hysterical, another person is often telling on themselves, because it's the energy that says, I have a problem, right? I have a problem with the fact that another person is being very loud about something occurring, right? So I feel like I see there's something very important about that, is what we're identifying. And the reason I'm seeing that there is because it's helping, right? That's what I keep on getting in relationality to those guides, trying to effectively help you find the right chord. Because the chord, I keep on saying, the chord you want to reach is calling another person's attention to something, right? And we're calling another person's attention to something, right? We're not being loud, but we're being very insistent, right? And I think it's interesting, because I don't know why the guide's saying this. Think about repetition instead of volume, right? Yeah, it's interesting too, because and again, I'm not sure what occurred in that experience, but I just keep on hearing, like I feel like this guide is trying to articulate to you, like, the significance of being, I keep hearing, like, the significance of being very energetically firm about something, in the space by which you make it clear to another person you have no inclination in letting it go, is what I keep on seeing. So, and I think that it's like I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this too, right? Yeah, there's here it is, right? There's that Page of Wands. That Page of Wands, in the bottom of the deck. That's very important there, right? Because what is that Page of Wands, bottom of the deck, show us? It's, I want to point out, think about think about the best thing you can do to energetically protect, right? And the thing about it is, you know, I feel like how do I explain this? The state or nature by which, like, the word I keep on hearing is advocating, right? And when we're energetic, and the thing about it is, like, advocates need to be diplomats. And what do I mean by advocates need to be diplomats? Which is, advocates often have to work in the space by which they don't like the environment they're in, right? They don't like the environment they're in, but they understand that moving through that environment is the sound of something changing, right? That's what's so interesting about it. And that's why I think you need to be like, they're asking you to write down, advocates are diplomats, because often when you're trying to advocate for something, you have to perceive something that you're energetically willing to change. But again, you can't be in the space by which you cast judgment, because if you're in the space by which you cast judgment, right, and this is what I keep on seeing about you having to strike a tone and saying the navigation point and being able to articulate as to whether another person is willing to do better, right? Like that is what I see is important as it relates to being able to define the locationality by which you are best placed, right? Which is the observation of you effectively working through something, calling attention upon something in order for something to improve. And the only sound you should hear, right? The only sound that you should hear when you're articulating upon something that feels like it can be improved upon is like, we are eager to improve that too, right? It should be thank you. Like the only sound when you're giving someone advice in terms of something that they should improve, the only sound you should hear is thank you. If they say how dare you, then that's a space by which you can turn that drum to a horn real quick, right? Because that's the difference between that is diagnosing, right? That is diagnosing whether someone is trying to heal or very eager to be very, very sick, right? So make sure that you're articulating upon that before, right? Make sure that you're articulating that before making that energetic diagnosis is what I keep on seeing, right? Are they willing to heal, or are they showing you that they're very, very sick? Thank you so much, Julia, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll have first priority, which means to be read for before we start the daily collective. I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I know it's I hate that word. Agreed, Ella. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's okay, Bolton. I really appreciate, but here's the thing, Ava, I really appreciate, Avatar, I appreciate that too. Thank you. Mickey Frog. I know it is. I do. I love that statement too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what you were getting. If you want to paint me that way, so be it. Mm-hmm. Ugh, you were called that your whole life, sending you so much support. Yeah, like take the, yeah, like, and I like to point this out, right? Like hysterical doesn't mean unreasonable. Yeah, it makes sense. Mm-hmm. Taking up too much space or energy. Exactly. Yep. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. All right. Okay, friends. We are going to get started on the daily collective. However, just a reminder, The list is closed, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Excellent. You're so welcome, dear. All right. And just a reminder too, we've got 2 different giveaways we're doing today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be when we get to 50K likes. I'm going to be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Just a moment. The other giveaway we're doing right now is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. And just bear with me. Before we get started on today's daily collective, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the ram. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. Oh, that's very kind of you to say, Captain. Welcome from North Carolina. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Welcome from Texas. Good to see you, Gary. Thomas, you can find all of the prices for my private readings on my site. They vary depending on time. Thank you as well, Amy. I'm doing well today, Captain. And how you doing today, Smile? I'm happy. The list is closed today, bees. But if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have first priority. We will be doing 1-card readings for those who are paid members and also for those who are super fan if you'd like to become a paid member. Excellent. All right, why don't we get started? And as I mentioned, friends, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Okay, one moment. That said, no better time, and thank you so much for the follow, darling. Appreciate it. No better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Oh, hold on a minute. Let's make sure that this is active. Perfect. Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, June 30th, 2026. We're going to be doing tarot astrology today, all of the signs. We are going to be starting today with our Pisces. Pisces, sun, moon, and rising. What do we have on the horizon for you today? 3 cards for Pisces, 1 transverse, 2 upright. First card we're pulling today is our 4 of Wands in its upright, in combination with our 5 of Wands in its reversal, in combination with our Knight of Swords in its transverse. So let's talk about the fact we've got a very intense full moon energy that we just navigated. We're coming through a Capricorn full moon in Cancer season. This is the energy for all of the signs. This is really beautiful energy in relationality to bringing dreams into the space of reality. But it's not easy, right? It's not easy when we're building into that context because often it's working through the space of navigating. And this is often what happens with those with Piscean placements, okay? I'm here to tell you that reality is not here to spoil energetic dreams. The ability to effectively recognize or identify the shape and nature of things needing to change, right? Like working out of the space of ideal and into the space of real sometimes requires a little like, and this is often what we understand, particularly and especially when we're working into when we're working into how we're energetically trying to do something. You recognize that one needs to be energetically adaptable to a certain extent, right? The work of like, there's, and it's interesting, like I keep on getting like, there's no crying in the space of like working into the space of dreams, because often, and I think it's interesting too, because I do experience the fact that this is probably an emotional time right now for those with Piscean placements, but understanding and recognizing that when we're effectively doing things, then we're effectively receptive, like working into receptivity as the conduit for dreams becoming an energetic reality. So I think that there's something very important there, because I feel like for a lot of Piscean placements, this could be a very empowering time, right? Seeing things that are slowly but steadily moving in the right direction, right? And feeling a little bit of that energy potentially moving in that way. However, right, it's also, it says to me that there's something very important about being able to be energetically patient, or working into the understanding of our own receptivity in relationality to what it is that we're trying to do, or what feels like the focal point, as it were. And I think it's interesting because there's something very important here that I see. Like, the only card that's upright right now for Pisces, and this is an important card though, is that Four of Wands. So I would say right now, for those with Piscean placements, make sure that you're not getting invested in like, it's saying to me, don't let petty get in the way of direction, right? Don't allow the feelings to effectively circumvent a general direction, particularly and especially with this bottom of the deck. Yeah, look at that. There's that Tower energy, right? And what do we often see? Like, I feel like there's something I feel like there's something I'm seeing right now with Piscean energy having to navigate through the shape of strong personalities, right? And the thing about it is, and here's the thing, like, I don't know how, like, I like Pisces, I don't know how you find yourself in these like Clash of the Titans moments, okay? But like, I need to stress, like, and it's funny too, because like it's like, I want to point it out, like, every time, like, the thing about it is, and this happens like with Pisces, like, Pisces will just be sitting there minding their business, and then someone will come up to them with like, with feelings, right? Like, feelings that feel completely inappropriate, ill placed, very energetically confusing. And I think that, I think that it almost says that when you're getting into a feelings argument with someone, move it more into lost and found, right? Like, don't get defensive. Get lost and found. Get profound. Like, identify and say, right, like, where did these come from? Can you walk me through it more? Because often in the space by which you give someone like that moment, they can see how they may have, like, how someone could like allow a gross assumption to circumvent your own intention, or like, it feels to me like you having to navigate another person's unsolicited opinion. Like, allow the spat, like, don't get caught in a spat. Allow the facts to speak for themselves. Thank you for, if you're gonna throw a book, make sure it's a thesaurus. All right, let's continue right now. The next sign we're reading for today is going to be our Aquarians. Aquarian, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Can I get 3 cards, please? And one more. We've got the 10 of Cups in its upright, in combination with the Knight of Pentacles in its upright, in combination with the Three of Swords in its reversal. Um, this feels really restorative right now. I don't know. This feels like these cards for Aquarian feels very much like Apology City. And it's interesting because I feel like this is either Aquarians receiving apologies on something or giving apologies. And I want to kind of, I need to stress this. And Aquarians, like, you kind of understand this. Like, the reason that we give apologies to things is so that we can identify, and this is why with Aquarian, like, Aquarians give apologies when they recognize that something, apologies are addressing, right? And the reason by which we say an apology is an address is because when we say that an apology is an address, then what we're really saying to someone is, I know where the work needs to go, right? Like, that's what a healthy apology is. It's the ability for another person to articulate that they understand the attention or the direction by which something needs to go. And so I feel like there's something really important this week for Aquarians, either as it relates to giving apologies or energetically receiving apologies, because that acknowledgement point tells us everything in relationality to what we're working on. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, and it's funny too, because, like, you ever seen this? Like, and I feel like this is really important for Aquarians. Have you ever seen, like, it feels to me, have you ever seen somebody who's misplaced an apology? Right? Have you ever seen someone who's like, oh, good, an apology, and then they go ahead and they apologize for the wrong thing? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you ever seen? Right? Like, it's like someone who goes to all, like, who comes to all the trouble, like, like all this stuff coming up, oh, good, apology. And then they just really, like, oh no, they apologize for the wrong thing. Because it tells you everything in relationality to where the work needs to go, right? Like there it is, like, and like, I feel like there's something really important there, because you know I feel like for a lot of those with Aquarian placements, if you're experiencing something like that, like like just walk them through. Don't get upset. Like, don't get upset. Just be like, okay, where did I lose you? Okay, where did I lose you? Like, all right, let's go retrace our steps. Let's go retrace our steps as it relates to the nature of the grievance, shall we? You and me together. Yes, let's hold hands. Let's hold hands. Let's go on a little journey back there, because clearly we missed something. Clearly we missed something. So just think about that, okay? Don't get upset. Just retrace the steps as to where somebody lost you in terms of what it was you were waiting for. Like, just like, refer them back to the map, as it were. All right, let's get back to it. My poor Aquarians. Continuing right now. Next sign that we're reading for today is next sign that we're reading for today are Sagittarians. Sagittarius, sun, moon, and rising. Mm. I feel like I see some kind of, like, the one thing I'm identifying in relationality to something here, um I feel like there's something really important that Sagittarians are potentially working through right now, um, as it relates to um, one's own sense of vulnerability. And the thing about it is, you have to understand, uh, our vulnerability is a gift, right? And the thing about our vulnerability is, we identify that our vulnerability is a gift to those who receive it. And I want to stress that this is often what happens in the context of working through our vulnerability, right? Because when those with Sagittarian placements are trying to be vulnerable, right? What another person, like, this is the best thing I'll kind of identify to Sagittarians. What another person does with your vulnerability speaks upon them, not you, right? And this is something that often happens in the realm of Sagittarian energy, right? Because Sagittarians have this beautiful ability to bring a sense of candor, right? Like, Sagittarians have this beautiful gift of candor. And you'll often see, right? And you'll often see this, right? You'll see this with somebody who feels like they've lost a Sag, right? There you'll see a Sag that's gone quiet on you, and another person will be like, what's gotten into you, right? And you lose the ability of a Sagittarian's candor in the space by which the Sagittarian doesn't feel that their candor is energetically appreciated, right? And this is often, like, this is why, like, this happens to Sagittarians all the time, right? And it's ridiculous, because it's literally the sound of another person, right, painting themselves into a corner in relationality to the fact that they effectively, like, you can't articulate that you appreciate another person's energetic honesty and then be upset when you receive it, right? So I feel like there's something really important about that, because I feel like for a lot of the Sagittarians working through experiences such as those, um, it's almost like it's like situations by which, like, Sagittarians are potentially trying to explain to another person, like, why, like what's with the rift there, right? Like, what's with the rift? And this is what happens, right? The rift that I feel like it's almost like, I feel like there's a lot of Sagittarian energy right now, potentially articulating upon the rift between them and another person, related to another person energetically appreciating one's candor. And the thing about it is that the nice thing about when we're working through our candor effectively, right, is our candor is fortified. And when we articulate upon fortified candor, then it's the space by which our candor is fortified with the amount by which we're trying to learn through it, right? And I keep on hearing, uh, healthy candor often has a question mark attached to it, right? Because it's the observation, right? Healthy candor has a question mark to it, because it's always in the space by which we're giving our best assessment based upon the knowledge that we have, right? And so that ability to effectively articulate allows for, like, our candor becomes valued when there's room for improvement upon it. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy, not only doing that work, but almost articulating, right? Like, almost articulating and being able to identify, right, the nature of what one is trying to do better via having candor. And I think that that's interesting too, because you can't, like, it almost says to me, you can't be in the environment with another person that can't navigate, like Sagittarians often need to be in spaces by which others can both embrace and understand what it means to have a scrutinizing conversation, right? Which is the observation of another person articulating upon something for the sake of being able to do it as best as possible. And this is the thing about it. There's some energy that can't navigate a Sagittarian's intensity, because if a Sagittarian is intense, it's never meant negatively. It's meant in the way by which one is trying to do something as best as one possibly can. So I feel like there's something interesting there about like candor being met with like clarity and specificity. Let's move on to our scorpionic energy, sun, moon, and rising. What do we have coming through for our Scorpios right now? We've got the Wheel of Fortune in its reversal, with the Nine of Cups in its reversal, along with our Magician in its upright. So what are we effectively seeing there in relationality to the Wheel of Fortune with the Nine of Cups in its reversal and the Magician? There's something we're seeing here, and I need to point this out. We were talking about this the other day because I feel like what we were seeing, and I wanted to talk, like, so you have to understand that when certain signs have the ability to navigate into other sign work, and it has to do with what happens when a sign gets upset, right? And it's like I like to describe, and I was talking about this the other day, which is like if there's a Scorpio that's had to embody their Libra traits, it's usually for a good reason, right? And the thing about it, you'll often recognize this, like when a scorpionic energy needs to move into their Libra placements, right? When a scorpionic energy needs to move into their Libra placements, it's the best way to describe it is it's very hard to move them back out again. And the reason I say it's very hard to move them back out again is because a Scorpio that's moved into Libra is a Scorpio that feels like they've had to become wary for a reason, right? It's like, and I want to describe, like, and this is often, and you'll often notice this too with those with scorpionic placements, like it's the space or nature by which the Scorpio doesn't, like, wishes that they didn't have to embody that, right? But it creates, it's environmental, right? Which is like, if you want, if you desire the scorpionic energy to be more like cheerful, you have to create the environment by which they can effectively be within the context of themselves. And so I think it's really interesting because I feel like to a certain extent there's something here that feels energetically reaffirming for scorpionic placements. Like it feels to me like there's something about this by which the scorpionic placement is doing something in a way that feels very liberating. But it's like I need to stress this with like scorpionic placements is it's like it says to me like this is someone that's like working into some kind of role of leadership or articulating upon something in a way that they haven't done it before, but in the same time having to be like it's working through or airing, like it's almost like airing a grievance or working through a frustration that's had to effectively bring them into it, right? Like I like to stress this, like I love to point out like this often and this often happens, like this is often what happens with scorpionic placements. Is like scorpionic placements sometimes eschew leadership, but they move into leadership positions because they energetically eschew them, right? Because that's, and I need to stress this, if that's how you feel about it, Scorpio, that's probably why you're a good leader. Like, that's why, right? Because it's the observation of being able to do something, not because one desires to, but because one feels like one energetically must, right? Like, that's the pathwork of maturity we often find ourselves in. Continuing through sign work right now. Libra, please. Libra, sun, moon, and rising. What do we got here? Judgment card. Three of Wands in its reversal. And the Eight of Swords in its upright. Now this is interesting because you guys know that I work with two different decks, and this is the new Judgment within the context of the old deck. So it's entirely possible that another Judgment card might pop up during this reading, specifically because I'm aware that there might be two Judgment cards that moved into this deck. But I need to point this out. This is what happens. So I feel like these are actually beautiful cards right now for Libra energy, specifically and particularly because these cards feel highly balanced, right? Like this is Libra energy finding a new sense of balance in something. And the space by which I see Libra energy working through balance to a certain extent is the best way I can describe it. And I like to point this out. Libras are often eager to learn things, right? Because when Libras are learning things, then it helps them be able to balance better. And this is often why you see Libras that will often just be in a situation, and you'll just see a Libra just like not saying anything or not saying anything. And what is the Libra? And often there are those who like look at the Libra and they're like, why aren't you doing anything? And the Libra's like, I'm gathering, right? I'm gathering. I'm energetically assessing, right? I'm gathering, I'm assessing, I'm articulating. And so that experience of being able to ascertain or to recognize what it means to build into that force of balance, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the Libras, there's something very important that's occurring as it relates to navigating through the sense of the self. But yeah, especially with this Death card, bottom of the deck, you know, I need to stress this, okay? You can't, I want to say you can't try, I mean, you know this about yourself, Libra. You can't try to convince a Libra anything, right? And the reason is because Libras are also very good at being able to attenuate when someone is trying to convince them of something, right? Good luck trying to convince a Libra of anything, because when a Libra sees someone trying to convince them of something, what is the word that comes to the Libra's lips? Agenda. Right? Like that's an agenda. That's an agenda. Right? Being like, I couldn't, you'll see this about Libras. They'll just be sitting there and someone's trying to convince them of something and being like, you know, I couldn't help, you got a little agenda on your face, right? There's a Libra being like, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, let me just get, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you had a little, I'm sorry. Yeah, you had a little bit of agenda. Yeah, it was right here. Yeah, I needed to get rid of that. Yeah, for a minute. No, and you'll see this. Libras will do it really elegantly. Like, yeah, you know, it's so weird. For a minute there, it seemed like you were trying to convince me of something that you want me to believe to be true. You wouldn't do like Libra. Then you'll see the Libra go, but you wouldn't do that, would you? Right? You wouldn't do that, would you? It's like I said, Libra. Good luck with that. Who's trying to give? You can't give Libras agendas. What is wrong with you? It's fine. I don't even worry about the Libras because Libra is fine. Moving on. Good luck to them. Good luck to whoever's trying to do that to a Libra, man. Continuing to get clarification. I don't know. I don't know. I love your life. 3 cards for our Virgos. What do you got for Virgos right now? We've got High Priestess, Strength card in its reversal, and 7 of Cups in its upright. The Virgos, are you becoming devout upon something? I don't know why this feels like this is feeling but these are some beautiful cards for Virgo, because this is like, I need to point this out. Like, I need to stress this. Like, here's the thing about Virgos, and Virgos, you know this about yourself. Virgos, everyone will sit there and try to articulate that um, Virgos are quick to effectively. There's a misconception with those who are Virgos in the fact by which one often feels that Virgo energy is perpetually trying to is like working into doubt. But you have to understand, Virgos don't bring doubt to anything. And when you understand Virgos properly, then you understand that anything worth believing, one should be dubious within, right? If your belief can't stand a little bit of dubious energy, then what good is the belief, right? That's what Libra, like that's what Virgos are often trying to bring to things, right? Bring me your dubiousness, like bring the dubiousness. No, dubious first, right? Like dubious, and this is what Virgos do to themselves, right? There's the best Virgo in your life, scrutinizing everything, right? Scrutinizing everything. And everybody's often like, everyone's always like, oh, Virgos don't want to believe anything. No, Virgos, because when Virgos believe something, right? Because when Virgos believe something, they'll be like, oh no, I put it through the purview. I put it through the purview. I put it through the purview so that you wouldn't have to, right? There's the Virgo doing their the sacred sacrament of going through the purview so that other people don't have to. And that's why when Virgos actually are like, no, I know, like Virgos, that's why Virgos get really upset. That's why but Virgos, why do you get so upset then when another person's like, are you sure? And then you get, Virgos are like, nobody gets to assure me. I assure other people. No, you don't get, no, only other, others get to assure too, okay? I know, and here's the thing about it. Remember, okay, remember, and this is the thing about it. The are sure, right? The are sure, right? Like reaffirm the are sure, right? With understanding that is their, like, others have the qualitative analysis as well. Okay, everybody gets the qualitative analysis to a certain extent. So allow the consideration in recognizing that another person, right? That sometimes we have to like like show others our work, or identify the fact, and I like to point this out, like you'll often see this, like you'll like, this is the beautiful gift of like Virgos are sure. You'll be like, oh, like, are you sure? Like what? Like, oh yes, because you'll see this. Like Virgos have to deal with someone being like a trusted source, being like, was it a source or was it nothing? Right? Like, was it, right? Like there it is. Was it? Oh, really? Was it a source or was it nothing? Right? It's like it's a lot of that type of energy. Exactly. All right. Continuing to get clarification. The next person we're reading for today, or the next time we're reading for today, is going to be our Leos. Leo, sun, moon, rising. What do we got right now? I'm scared to say patience. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Ace of Wands. and and four of Cups in its reversal. Oh my God. I don't know why anyone I don't know why anyone who loves their life, tries to test the patience of a Leo. Like, because you have to understand, and this is the thing about it, you know, Leos have got real good memories. Like, the thing about it is, and here's the thing, like, Leos have got real good memories in relationality to the story of those who test the Leo's patience, right? Like, there's the best Leo in your life, working through, right? Like, working through the epic tale of someone testing their patience. Okay. It's like, there's the best Leo in your life, working through the epic tale of individuals who are perpetually testing your patience. And the thing about it is, you have to understand, because Leos are very good at understanding that the quality and condition of others, there are those who live with purpose, and then there are those who live looking for a reason to be their worst version of self, right? Like, that's all there is to it. There are those that live with purpose, and then there are those that are looking for reasons to be their absolute worst version of self, right? And here's the thing about it, Leos don't do that. And that's how Leos see everybody, right? And Leos often having to be in the space by which they've got the optic, being like, purpose, looking for a reason, purpose, looking for a reason, purpose, looking for a reason, right? And when somebody's looking for a reason, right, they're usually looking for a reason outside the self. And once Leos see that quality in another person, there's nothing like, and Leos will walk away from situations and circumstances, and they'll be like, what's up with you and them, being like, oh, they're looking for a reason. And what's funny about it is, Leos will say they're looking for a reason, and they'll misperceive the fact that the Leo's saying they're looking for a reason, like they're trying to find purpose. But that's not what the Leo's saying, right? When the Leo says, oh, they're looking for a reason, right, they're not moving because another person doesn't have a sense of purpose. They've assessed that someone's looking for an excuse to be their absolute worst version of self, right? Oh, no, they're just looking for a reason, right? And it's and like the disappointment, right? The energetic disappointment that often arrives in the context of a Leo seeing another person in that modality, right? Because the Leo does not stick around to change it, right? Because that is the context by which we understand or recognize what it means to embody a sense of honor, right? You can't explain why you should be honorable to someone. You just observe whether they are or not, right? Like, that's it. That's all there is to it, right? Like, you just like there's nothing sillier than having to walk someone through why they should have honor about things. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy of the Leo, effectively, like, identifying and working through that. And it's not easy, right? And I feel like for a lot of the Leo energy, it can sometimes make you feel, right? It can make you feel very, right? This is why it can often feel like the Leo's being like, it can feel, it's lonely out there. It's lonely out there on those honor streets. It's lonely out there on those honor streets. All right, let's continue right now. The next time we're reading for today are our Cancers. Cancers. Whoop. Yep. All right, we've got the Four of Swords in its transverse. Two more, right? We've got the Hierophant in its upright, and we've got the Page of Cups in its reversal. All right, what do we got here? Yeah, this is interesting energy for Cancer right now. And the thing I'm seeing is, I feel like for a lot of the energy that I'm identifying in relationality to this type of energy is, you know, I feel like I see, I feel like I see some kind of Cancerian energy. Um, getting more like, this is like crunch time is the best thing I'm identifying here. You know, it feels to me like there's something in relationality to this energy that is working through, like getting getting more serious about something, or focusing upon something in a better, in a bigger way. And it wouldn't, I'm not surprised to see this type of energy right now, given the fact that we've got Jupiter that's moving out of Cancer into Leo, but also the fact that we see that this is Cancer season. You know, I think it's funny because, like, I always think it's really wild when we see like Geminis during Gemini season, like during their like their month that feels like it's a party, right? Not so much with Cancer, like Cancerian energy, right? Like it becomes like it's, there's a much more of a sacred quality that I feel occurs for those with Cancerian placements whenever they come into like a solar return moment, or the space by which they're working through their solar returns. Because, you know, and I like to point this out, like we saw, like when we're reading into Gemini during their solar return moments, it's almost like, it's always like like it's like a celebration energy. For Cancerians, it can feel a lot more solemn, right? So I feel like for a lot of, and I want you to understand, right? I don't want you to focus. Listen to me. I don't want this to be the story of what you haven't accomplished. Don't be getting all hard on yourself. I know you guys with your lists. You love your lists. Okay, you love your lists. Show me a Cancer. Show me a Cancer with that hidden list. That hidden list you don't show anybody, right? Like that hidden list. I want you to write down. I want that list to be a got done list. Cut it out. I don't. I want you to look at the got done list. I don't want you focusing, right? I don't want you being all bent out of shape or getting hard on yourself in relationality to whatever you've been holding yourself for. Remember, this has been a huge, I feel like this has been a very big year of accomplishments for those with Cancerian placements. But you have to understand this with Cancerian placements. You have a quality and tendency of being somewhat overly ambitious in relationality to what it is you're trying to energetically accomplish. And when Cancerians understand that, then you hold the work that you've done as sacred, and you understand that when we're doing something well, it always feels like there's something left on our plate. That doesn't mean that you still did not eat, that still means that you ate. Okay? Even if it feels like there's something on your plate, it still means that you ate. Okay? There's always going to be something like that. I just want to be conscientious about it. Continuing to get clarification. Next sign we're reading into right now are our Geminis. Gemini, Sun, Moon, and Rising. What do we got right now? 3 cards. 9 of Swords in its upright. 4 of Cups in its upright. Knight of Swords in its upright. This feels like, this is interesting. This is very interesting. Because what I'm effectively identifying here is, I feel like it's back to business, right? It's back to business. It's back to business. This is back to business energy right now for our Geminis, right? This is This is, and listen, I can see this. This is what, like, because we're moving out of Gemini season and into Cancer season. So I feel like one of the things that's potentially helpful for those with Gemini placements right now is I keep on hearing, like, you got to think a little bit like after party energy, right? I don't want you working through, I don't, because, and like, I don't want you working through some energetic depression point as it relates to one's own sense of what one is trying to do. I think that there's something important about that as it relates to being able to articulate and identify what, like, what one is effectively trying to navigate through is all I keep on seeing, because I keep on identifying that there's something really important here, particularly and especially in relationality to being able to identify or knuckle down, as it were, in terms of something that you're trying to energetically accomplish. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, particularly, here's the thing about it with this Knight of Cups and its reversal, right? Like, I feel like this often happens when we're coming out of Gemini season, right? It's not surprising to sometimes feel like, especially with this Capricorn full moon energy that we're experiencing, kind of working through some kind of modality or experience by which one is effectively able to articulate or assess one's own feelings upon things, is what I keep on seeing. Because what you basically identify there is, I keep on seeing that it's, don't allow, like, give yourself another point to celebrate, right? Like, you don't need to wait for your month to bring that celebration point with you. So if you're feeling like that right now, Gemini, it might be good to open up that calendar and build into something by which you can energetically look forward to, right? Allow that to be something that you're energetically moving through because you have to understand, this is why this energy might be feeling a little intense for Gemini right now, because we went through that whole month, right, building into it. And this is a lot of energetic shifting happening, like right at the end of Gemini season. So it can feel very intense or disruptive for those that are working through those placements. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that we saw that not only did we have that right around the time that we moved into Cancer season, we just had this wild alignment where there were a lot of different planets that also effectively move through that, right? So it's like paying attention to the fact that some of that drop that you may be feeling right now may be connected astrologically to the, like that, because I want to point out some of these shifts that we've experienced can be, they're very grounding, right? Like the Leo, like the shift from Jupiter into Leo can be very grounding, right? The shift from Mars moving into Gemini, right there, that's also like that impactful point. It can feel very intense right now for those with Gemini placements, along with the fact that we also see that Mercury just went into retrograde, right? Make sure that you're not getting too caught in the feelings right now as it relates to what you're doing. Like, just sometimes we have to move through energy. Continuing to get clarification. Taurus, 3 cards for Taurus, please. Sun, Moon, and Rising. Oh, we got 4 cards coming out. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Mars is moving out of Taurus. We got the 3 of Wands in its reversal, the Knight of Pentacles in its upright, the 10 of Cups in its upright, and the Death card. So I feel like there's something, the one thing I want to point out is given the fact that Mars is moving out of Gemini, I wouldn't be surprised if for those with Taurus placements, it feels like there's some kind of breathing room, particularly and especially as it relates to one's own emotions or something that one is energetically working through. And the reason I effectively, like, we're seeing that is, like I said, this same shift that may be feeling a little intense for Gemini placements, it might be feeling a little bit more energetically affirming for those who have got more earth sign placements, specifically and particularly as it relates to working through things that are tangible and productive, right? Because we've got here effectively, we've got that Knight of Pentacles in combination with that 10 of Cups. So the Knight of Pentacles with the 10 of Cups, effectively, it speaks to us about working into what feels energetically restorative and productive. So I feel like this could be for some of the Taurus energy, right? And this is what I mean, right? Gemini energy, I say return to productivity, right? And we see Gemini going like, I see the Gemini going, boo, return to productivity. I say for Taurus, return to productivity. And the Taurus energy goes like, ah, good, right? Like, because it feels more grounding. It feels more stable. So I feel like there's something about that is allowing for the quality and condition by which one is effectively articulating upon one's, like the state or nature by which one is articulating upon one's desire, but not just one's desire, but being able to bring practical application to things. Bottom of the deck, yeah, the thing with the Eight of Swords, right? The thing we see with the Eight of Swords has to do with situations or circumstances by which others are being energetically unreasonable, right? And the thing about it is, and I think that, like, there's something to be stated with those with Taurus placements that navigate, and I just want to kind of articulate this. It's not everybody's feelings are reasonable so long as they're able to define what they would energetically prefer, right? And the way that, like, if you're looking for, like, if you're trying to ascertain an unreasonable feeling, a feeling is only unreasonable if it doesn't have a logical direction in relationality to what is energetically preferable. So I feel like that, like, let that effectively shape the nature of conversations in terms of anything that you're working to, particularly and especially related to change, right? Like, if another person is trying to energetically change something, then the conversation that needs to be had is that something that they're doing with the sense of purpose, or are they letting their feelings get in the way of what is energetically reasonable? So help, like, either do that work for yourself, and if you're already doing that work for yourself, help another person, right? Allow another context of another person being able to recognize or see if they're being energetically unreasonable. Thank you so much, Taurus. Next sign we're reading for right now are our Aries, sun, moon, and rising. What do we got here? We've got 4 cards right now. 4 cards right now for Aries. Oh, these 2 are stuck together. We're going to keep on to those. 2, 3. Oh gosh, we got 5 cards. We've got 5 cards coming up for Aries right now. This is going to take a minute. So I feel like there's something important that I see Aries is working, like I see that Aries are working through. Um, and it's hard too, because like I feel like I see, like all I see here in this reading is Aries trying to like carve out time for things. You know, there's something very important here that I'm identifying in relationality to Aries carving out time. And you have to understand, you know, what frequently happens um, with Aries carving out time for things is, and you'll have to recognize this. When Aries is carving out time for things, it's like it's one of the it's one of the it's one of the gifts that Aries brings to things, right? Because you know, Aries often feel like that, like everything is demanding upon their attention, right? There's the best Aries in your life. And what is an Aries trying to do? They're trying to effectively move through things where with everything energetically demanding our attention. And often when we're working through circumstances or situations like that, then you have to navigate the realm, right? And this is the thing that Aries just get used to, right? Um, there are those that demand attention for no without a sense of purpose, right? There are those who require who would like attention, but there's no purpose attached to the attention. And that's why sometimes when you recognize that another person is energetically busy, right? The shape or nature by which you just allow another person to effectively work through something is the gift, right? Because when we care about each other, we give each other the gift of space. We give each other the gift of proportionality and relationality, not only to what we're trying to do, but the best way that we can effectively do that. So I think it's really important because I either see one of two different situations that are happening right now for those with Aries placements. I either see circumstances or experiences by which an Aries is going out of their way to carve out time, right? And this is often the space when an Aries is going out of their way to carve out time, the only thing that Aries is often asking in return is energetic reciprocity, right? Because that is the space by which the Aries articulates upon, right? Like the fact by which if the Aries is going about that, wanting to have to basically like that's the Aries like asking for the bare minimum as it relates to the courtesy of another, doing so in the same way, right? And I keep on seeing that we understand and recognize that we're not necessarily perfect in that, but we try to be as conscientious as possible. Or the observation of Aries recognizing or feeling, right? Understanding or feeling the weight of another, working into the context of taking care, like, and this is the thing about it. Aries do not want to feel taken advantage of because they're good carvers, right? Which is the work by which Aries understands. Like Aries are very good at noticing the difference between energy that effectively is perpetually asking things of Aries, right? Versus the state or nature by which Aries can ask for things in return. And I keep on seeing with the bottom of the deck on Aries, right? This is Aries understanding, right? This is what we mean by reciprocity, right? And reciprocity, Aries understand this intuitively, right? Reciprocity does not mean, if I do that, what are you going to do for me, right? That's not reciprocity. That that's not reciprocity. That is that is literally being that's advantageous energy, right? when you understand that reciprocity is not the nature by which someone says, well, I did that, so what are you going to do with for me? That is advantageous energy, right? Reciprocity is the observation of understanding the consideration or the valuation that we energetically place upon things, right? It's being energetically receptive and respective, which is the modality by which, and I feel like this is often what happens with Aries placements, right? Happens a lot with Leos as well. It's not the nature, right? Leos and Aries often have a lot of similar work that they have to do on this modality, right? It's the observation of understanding, the force of consideration that allows the quality of being able to identify, right? Like, and I like this to stress this, like the good quality that we have is our recognition when another person is going out of their way for us, right? Like that is often what we see when Aries are identifying receptivity, because it is the state or quality by which you see another person being energetically receptive towards us that allow us the ability to right, like forge or identify what feels reaffirming. So I feel like there's something, and that's why there's so many cards right now in the Aries reading, because you have to understand there's something very healing that's happening right now for Aries, because I think you've heard me articulate that we all, like all the signs come here to heal a placement. And Aries comes here to heal their Saturn placements. And where do we see Saturn right now? Sitting smack dab in the middle of Aries, right? And that's on, I feel like that's why we have these cards, because that's what I'm basically reading here. Someone trying to articulate, it's not about, right? Reciprocity is not saying, well, I did that, what are you going to do for me in kind? That is advantageous energy, because that often creates a space by which someone will go out of their way, right? Because what happens in that? Someone will go out of their way to do something for you, knowing that they're creating the space by which you energetically owe them, versus true reciprocity, right? I keep on hearing the unblemished, right? Aries are good at identifying the unblemished reciprocity, which is the reciprocity by which we effectively do things, not for the state or nature of expecting something back, but simply for the fact that it makes the world a better place to experience, right? Like it's just like there it is. Like it's just everything is more beautiful, right? And so often, right, this is what we identify the difference between, right, the difference between advantageous energy versus the universal, the energy of universal generosity, which is often like, you'll often see this, like Aries energy just running around doing random acts of generosity and then running away, like running away. Running away before someone can ask something of them, or identifying the quality or condition by which they themselves, like, right, this is often what you see with like Aries energy, and Aries energy will sometimes get upset if you try to repay them back for things like that, because Aries will be like, that's not why I did it, right? Like Aries will be like, that's why they get so upset. Like, I didn't do it for that reason. But sometimes others like to articulate that that's what they're trying to mean too, right? Like, thank you so much. That is our tarot astrology for this week. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and sharing in it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the ACE cards. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, July 17th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the 2 cards of the Minor Arcana. If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my profile and become a paid subscriber to my stack. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions they may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. Definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards based on the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we're navigating. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series. Also, for my students that are seeking weekly, more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages, which is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey as a discount, as well as my dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as you will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations. Just bear with me a moment. Congratulations to Stella. We all know, actually, Stella was on the list for the reading. Hold on. Congratulations to Bridget. You got our highest gifter today. You'll have an additional, you'll have a free reading. And Avatar, you came in second, which means that you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open, is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow, and you will have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Just bear with me a moment. Hold on a minute. All right. And thank you, Gigi, for the follow. Mm-hmm. Got it. Just reading over. Oh no. Absolutely. And absolutely. Yeah, my next step is going. Understood. Thank you guys so much. Hold on, just reading back on the comments. Too real. Thank you for also receiving this message, Dean. And Adina, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Absolutely. Guys, make sure to give Adina some love. Adina, if you want to comment, I had a lovely podcast with Adina a while back. You can find it over on Adina's site and over on my stack. And Darlin, thank you for the follow. Oh, sending you support, Ivana. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes they're just so eager to apologize. Sending you support, Dean. So true on vulnerability. If my mouth doesn't say it, my face will. Thank you for those gifts, Bridget. Yeah, I know. To all those Libras bouncing out. Absolutely. Thank you, Ivana. Star, the readings are 4 cards for 29, 3 cards for 29 for non-subscribers. The list is closed today, though. If you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. And you'll also, we are also going to be doing free 1-card readings for those who are super fans, if you'd like to become a super fan. Sending you support, Ivana. Oh, thank you, dear. Having practiced patient, I'm exhausted. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, dear. And Kate, thank you for the follow. Gigi, thank you for the follow as well. Mm-hmm. Sending you support on that journey, Ella. You're welcome, dear. Absolutely. You're welcome as well, Per. Oh, well, Numbuere, if you missed any of the reading, you can find it over on the stack, and you can also find it over on the place where we keep the videos. Yeah, sleep has been very rough recently, Bridget. No, you haven't missed your reading. We're about to get started on personals again, Bolton. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's beautiful. I'll let them know, Bridget. Okay. So Chasing Sunsets, Bridget would like to gift you the free reading to you. Absolutely. Okay, you have an appointment. Okay, well, listen, yeah, so don't worry. So here's the thing. I'm going to read the list right now, Bolton, but you never miss your reading here, which means if it's your time for a reading and you're not here, you just get put on the hold list. You just need to remember the date that you were put on the hold list, and you can come back and claim that reading. Hold on. Okay, perfect. All right, we're going to get to it. The first person we're reading for next is going to be Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I can't tell what they are. Absolutely. Oh, I get it. I see what you're trying to do there with the tapping. Second call right now for Stella. Second call right now for Stella. If Stella's not here, the next person we're reading for today is going to be Janae. Janae, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And Janae, it happened again. All of your cards are out. They all dropped before we started. Just going to be the way it is for now. It's fine. It's okay. The cards need to come out. If the cards need to come out, the cards need to come out. It'll be perfectly good. Okay. One moment. Okay. Excellent. I know, but this happened. This is the same exact thing that happened last time I did a reading for her. There was like a ton of cards that were coming out. That if that's what's needed, that's what's needed, you know? I know it's a lot. But before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Was the cow. We'll do that again after the next reading. And Janae, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. Wow. Highest priority. I got you, dear. How you doing today, Rainbow? Excellent. All right, I'm going to pull that card back out. Highest priority. Got you here, guys. All right, make sure to give Janae some love. Okay. It's interesting because I feel like a lot of these cards that I was seeing are similar to the ones that we were getting for the last time I read for you. And I want to point out that it's starting here with the High Priestess. And we've got the Star card in its reversal, bottom of the deck. And the best thing I can describe in relation to a lot of the energy that I'm seeing here is I mean, I think more than anything, what I'm basically seeing is that you've effectively, you're moving beyond, and I feel like you've probably noticed this, you've cleared some kind of karma in relationality to some kind of work that you were meant to do here. And the hard part about it is I do feel like there's something related to an energetic connection. And the thing about it that I'm getting, that I feel like it is what you probably understand too, is It's like I just keep on seeing like somebody, I don't know what, like there's something about your energy by which another person understands that you, they could have, like, another person could basically have everything that they possibly could dream, like, want to have through you. Like, I see you in the mentality by which when another person has an aspiration, when they're in relationship with you, like everything can be possible. I see a situation by which you would never deny anyone anything, right? Not denying anyone anything, so long as another person was being energetically reciprocal. But that's the hard part about it, right? Some energy cannot navigate your reciprocity, right? Some energy just can't navigate your reciprocity. And it's going to be really hard because I feel like what I see that occurs is having a lot of energy potentially coming towards you, or trying to articulate, right? Like somebody trying to articulate that they're ready for reciprocity, and then they get a very fast lesson as to whether they're truly ready for energetic reciprocity, because reciprocity, right? Reciprocity requires openness. Reciprocity requires the ability to be energetically open. It requires the ability to be vulnerable. It requires the ability to be able to effectively articulate to another, right? Oh, another card, really, right? The ability to articulate to another what's truly occurring. And I feel like it's painful because I literally see a situation, right? I literally see a situation by which another person, right? And I want to point this out. Like, this is a situation by which I see you having to navigate someone saying, like, will you be a present for my falsity? And you just having to say resoundingly no, right? Like, I just kind of see you having to navigate a circumstance or situation by which, you know, what's so painful about it is you having to do, this is so interesting. Hold on a minute. Like you having to do with some kind of situation, like, and I just keep on hearing you don't want to have to be in a read between the lines. Ah, there it is. Thank you. That's fascinating. Not having to be in a read between the lines type of relationship, you know? And I feel like this is what this is what I see you healing from, you know? And it's, and I have to point out, read between the lines. I know it seems sick to you, but some energy, like some energy's fine with it, you know? Like some energy is fine with it, but not, it's never gonna sit right with you. And the thing about it is, and I want to point this out, immature energy asks for counterpart to read between the lines, right? Because immature energy that asks for counterpart to read between the lines, you'll often notice this because it's the space by which you try to identify, and I want to stress this, you saying it seems like, and saying to another person exactly what occurred, if they walk away from you without clarifying, loud and clear, right? And I think that this is really important because I just keep on seeing a situation by which you like, and the shape of it, and the reason I feel like I keep on seeing this is I see the shape of a situation by which you said to somebody, it seems to me Like, this is what is happening. And if they walked away from you, rather than denying it, rest assured that was exactly what was going on. If they articulated to you, and I want to point out, I keep on hearing someone saying, right, making an accusation, immediately like being critical upon you. They never said you were wrong. They said, this is what you can expect if you ask me. Never said you were wrong, did they? Never said you were wrong, did they? What they were trying to say to you is, this is what you can expect, right? This is the version of me you can expect if you ask me. And I want you to make sure to write that down. Because the hard part about it is, and I think it's odd, because I know that it feels like this is like, I gotta count these cards right now. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right? This is just around the time they'll probably try to come back. I feel like they've got a date. I feel like this person put a date. Right? They put a date on it. They've been letting it bake. Right? I see a situation by which you came towards somebody. You told them exactly what was going on. You said, this is what it seems like. Right? And instead of answering you, they started saying all these awful things about you. Right? All these accusations. Because what they were really saying, what they were trying to broadcast to you, is to say, this is who you will find if you ask me that. Right? And I keep on hearing someone say, don't you want the old me back? Don't you want the old me back? You know, the sweet one. That's weird. That's weird. That's weird. Sorry, that's weird. That's weird. That's weird. And so I feel like what they're gonna, like, they've been letting it bake for a year. Right? They've been letting it bake for a year to see if time has changed your feelings about it. So I need to point out, if they come back and they're not willing to address it, if they come back with, like, I keep on hearing, with all this miss you stuff, remember, I miss you is still not an explanation. They're coming back to say, have you let go of that question yet? So remember the question. Bottom of the deck. Remember the question. It has not been a bookmark. It has not been a chalkboard erase moment. It's a bookmark. That question is blessing and protecting you. That question that started all this is blessing and protecting you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Happy Tuesday, Tracy. How are you doing today? And for those who are waiting for one cards, we've got 3 more reads today before we get started on our one card readings for Superfam and for those who are paid members over on the place where we keep the videos. Oh, sending you support, Rainbow. Hi there, Pinky. Divine, thank you for the follow. I felt it was in the cow family. I appreciate that, Numbwary. Is a dove a cow? What? Yeah. I feel a lot lighter today, especially after that full moon. I told you, I told you guys the Mercury retrograde pre-shadow would probably be harder than the retrograde itself. Yeah, the lightest I felt in weeks, and intuition heightened. You're totally reading on it. Yeah, the issue is always reciprocity. Yeah, no read between the lines. Yeah, that's my ex. Yeah, this is you finding energy that's mature enough for what it is that you aspire for. You know, I feel like you keep on finding childish energy that claims that they're ready for it, but they're not. Oh, that's wild. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Janae. Well, and a perfect example, right? They didn't deny it, right? They didn't deny it. They just said, you believe everything you see or hear. That's crazy. What does that mean? They literally said, you believe everything you see or hear. What that's, you realize that was them saying you're not gullible enough, right? Did they actually say that to you? Because if those were their exact words, then they were blaming you for not being more gullible. If they literally said you just believe everything you see and hear, that was, yeah, what would be the alternative? That's wild. I can't believe that. Take that as confirmation. That's wild. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Gullible. Yeah, every read you do. Yeah, I had a dream about them. Mm-hmm. Sending you so much support. Yeah, you used to say you wanted the old him. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, that's so creepy because that's what I imagined him saying. Thank you for confirmation. You're so right. It was a year and you broke things off with him and peacefully walked away. Oh, sending you support. Thank you as well, Avatar. You're so welcome, dear. I do my best. I hope these messages help. Yes, he would always say that. Definite confirmation. Thank you. Ugh. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Jamie. Jamie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And Ragav, the list is closed today, but we will be doing free one cards for Superfam and paid members if you'd like to become a paid subscriber. I do have a lot of tattoos. Yeah. Excellent. Hi from Armenia. Welcome. Mm-hmm. Hi there, butterfly. Romaine, I need you to be a little bit clearer in terms of what you're asking. Is Stella back? I'm looking right now for either Jamie or Stella. Second call for Jamie or Stella. Dean, you're always welcome to ask a question, but if you want cards pulled, that would require to get on the list. And the list is closed today, but we will be doing 1 card readings for those who are paid members in about 3 readings. Akash, there's no space by which you can call me a grandmother that I'm going to be offended by it. I consider it a very high compliment. Yep. All right. Second call right now. If Stella or Jamie aren't here, the next person on the list for today is Per. I'm looking for Stella, Jamie, or Per. Shub, I need to ask you to stop repeating the same messages in the chat space. It will get you blocked and muted. It is not polite to spam, and it's not how you have questions answered here. Excellent. How you doing today, Per? It's the highest compliment. I think it shows the twisted reality that some live in, where they think that calling someone a grandmother would be in some way, shape, or form an insult. All right. Where were we? And we are reading right now for Per. Well, I think it just shows the nature of how toxic an environment we exist in, by which it's reached a level by which we think that calling someone a wise matriarch would be in some way, shape, or form an insult, instead of the highest of compliments. All right, let's get to it. Well, you have to understand, like, you can tell if someone is in an unhealed masculine, right? An unhealed masculine that only sees the world through what appeals to them, so they don't have real eyes, then to them, the identification point of the fact that they don't feel like they can be carnally satisfied by something is how they measure things. So basically, when somebody does that, they're actually doing you a favor, because they're telling you that they see the world through the optics of what can carnally satisfy them. Right? So in the assumption by which you see everything only from the context of carnal satisfaction, then your ability to articulate to another that you think that being a grandmother is in some way insulting just shows how sick and in need of healing one is, truly. Oh, it's so exciting, Bridget. All right, let's get to it. And we're reading for Per right now. Where'd you put your question, Per? I got you. Perfect. Oh, wow. I know. Well, it's sad, because it's like, you have to understand, when you haven't healed that, you can't really see the beauty all around you, because you're in, like, you're in your most primitive of states, you know? Like, you're making it clear that you're only seeing things from the perception of, like, unhealed lust and desire. It's like the worst space to be in. How you doing today, CW? Oh, it's very kind of you to say, Carlo. Excellent. Oh, did we get to 50K? Oh, lovely. All right, so we're going to do Per's reading, but before we do so, we are going to do that 50K giveaway. Absolutely. Stella, you're back. Okay, we were looking for you. We're doing Per's reading, but if you stick around, you can be read for after Per. So we are going to be doing our 50K reading. Thank you guys so much for helping us get there. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 29. First person I see that posts the number will get the free reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Bella, congratulations. We'll do that again when we get to 100K. Thank you for that hashtag, Kels. All right, let's get to it. Is this, all right, before we continue with Per's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Hind. We'll do it again after the next reading. Well done, Minnie. Minnie, did you get on the list? I thought I saw you post Inside Tea, but I didn't have you on the list, so I just want to make sure. Okay. Oh, okay. I don't have you on my list, dear. All right, 1 second. Just need to check. Okay. 1 minute. Okay. All right, I see you, dear. All right, the list is closed. Please remember, anybody else who gets on the list will be read for tomorrow, and you'll have first priority. Excellent. Yeah, I just want to double check that. It's sliding into the list. All right. And thank you for becoming the 102nd member of my fan club, TJ. Appreciate you. All right, outside tea here for Per. All right. During my let me just pin up Per here. During my vacation trip last week, I had a lot of dreams. For the first 4 days, I didn't pay much attention to them, so I couldn't remember any of them. I think it was just really tired. Then on the 4th night, I heard a man's voice say, "Can you please pay attention this time? I'm going to show you again." That immediately caught my attention. The first thing I saw was 2 columns in 2 dimensions, covered with wavy lines, like in the first picture, and then with a loud grinding sound, and deep vertical grooves were cut through the columns in one swift motion from top to bottom, just like the arrows in the second image. After that, the horizontal grooves were cut the same way, moving from left to right. It looked like a cross or a plus sign. I know what this is. Once it was finished, I noticed the cherries at the bottom. Maybe they'd been there the whole time, but that was the moment I actually saw them. The grooves stopped before the cherries. I know my spirit guides seem to have a fascination with showing me slot machines, and the cherries looked a lot like the ones you see on a slot gambling machine. When I woke up, I immediately found myself humming a line from a song over and over again. The line is, "Now I'm Mr. Charisma, effin' Pablo Escobar." I don't really understand any of this. Please help me decode. I got you, dear. Hold on a minute. This is a good one. Okay. Put me through my paces, man. All right. Oh, God, Lord. Mm-hmm. So let's go back. It's very interesting that in the space of this dream, you didn't see anybody beyond what another person was trying to show you. So there are very clear indications that this is a guide dream. And even in the space by which is a guide dream, you can tell because like I need to point this out. Guides have a great tendency of not wanting to center themselves, right? Because they're like, it's not about me. It's not about me. It's not about me. Okay. So you said you saw 2 columns in 2D covered with wavy lines. So this is the quantum field, okay? And you said a loud grinding sound with deep vertical grooves were cut through the columns in one swift motion, top and bottom, just like the arrows in the second image. This is intention, right? And that's why they said pay attention, right? Because they said pay attention because they're showing you what intention can do in the quantum space, right? It's like it's moving through something. And the grinding was is effectively like what we put our active energy in, right? Because you have to understand that you identified, that you said, and what's interesting about it is you have to recognize that they're showing not just your quantum field, but they're showing another quantum field, which has to do with the observation of mutual intention, right? And it's a lesson in alignment, which is the difference that you articulated between a cross or a plus sign. And the reason that you said either a cross or a plus sign is that when we are going through experiences where others do not have the same intention as us, it's going to feel more like an energetic cross, right? Because we may be together, we may be in alignment for a short time, but then we're going to effectively pass across each other, okay? And that is the difference, right? That is difference between, this is often what happens with a karmic relationship, right? A karmic relationship is the space by which it feels like a meeting point, but ultimately headed in different directions. Now, alignment would be a plus sign, which is the enthusiastic yes that we bring into the context of everything, right? The modality or the experience that's energetically amplified by the space by which we're energetically aligned in terms of how we're effectively working towards directionality. So it's very interesting that when you said that you looked at them, you saw it either as a cross or a plus sign, because what the guides were effectively showing you is the 2 different modalities that we can find when it comes to alignment, either in the space of what could be at best identified as karmic, right? And when we identify something being karmic, it feels like for a moment, right? For a moment, it's sublime, and then it feels oppositional, right? Versus what it feels like when we are in energetic alignment, which is the continuation point by which energy is moving through things divinely, which is the observation of having the same alignment, having the same vested intention, bringing that towards it in those circumstances. So this is effectively, right, like the cross here would effectively be the karmic energy, right? For a short period of time, it was sublime, right? Versus what it feels to be in divine union, which is the modality by which one is perpetually, right? The orientation point by which one is perpetually energetically moving towards things, or effectively trying to stay in alignment, which has to require parallel path work, which is why you saw two cherries, right? Because the two cherries have to do with the mutual manifestation goal. And it's interesting that, again, you're getting better at reading into, you're getting better at reading into your guide's messages, because you identified the fact that you recognize that this is a guide because you've seen the guides show you this stuff before, right? And it's a conversation that says that that divine alignment is often sublime, because what we aspire for does not feel like, it doesn't feel so much like we're pulling someone along with us or having a lot of that push and pull. But do you see how simple, and here's the nice thing, for those who are on the disco, you've got an illustration to kind of go with this. It's a very beautiful illustration, so thank you for sharing it, right? The difference between moving through something energetically smoothly that is built upon those mutual manifestation goals versus navigating those situations or experiences that feel more energetically oppositional in the context of recognizing, right? Working through those feelings, by which one often feels heavy because they were sublime, but they did not stay perpetually in alignment, which would be more indicative of what we can experience in karmic situations. This is why you had the song when you woke up come through, right? Right, and you can see the difference between, you see those two cherries that are just moving together, that would be the divine relationship, versus the karmic relationship, which they see more as that small window, right? Now, this brings us to the song that you woke up with, which, again, in the song, what did you hear? You said Mr. Charisma and effing and effing Pablo Escobar, which is the difference between, right? It's the difference between the observation of, and you have to understand, charisma connected to cherries, right? Which is the observation of working through care, right? Care is charisma. So somebody who cares, right? Someone who cares about you, right? Someone who cares about you, who would do anything for you, would be like they're showing you the two different types of relationships. So charisma, care is me, charisma, right? So the care that one finds that leads to the cherries, which is the energy that has the mutual manifestation goal of doing what is best for one another throughout all contexts, versus a dealer, right? Versus a dealer, which is the identification point of, right, what you identified as the cherries, which is someone that does something not because they have the invested interest in seeing something through with you, but confirmation, but the observation of seeing what they can get energetically, that what they can get from you. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, particularly with this Page of Wands energy, we see that this is coming through the form of one of your guides. And I feel like I wouldn't be surprised. The reason I'm seeing this is I would not be surprised at the time that you move in alignment with divine counterpart, you have one of these karmics coming back, right? That the observation of another person that cares less, right? That cares less about a vested relationship with you so much as whether they still have that effect on you, right? And there's some energy that doesn't build into truly wanting to have a relationship with us, but trying to build the satisfaction of saying, I've still got it, right? I've still got it, which is the self-satisfying modality of another person that potentially tries to see if they still have an effect on us, rather than wanting to work into the context of truly having alignment in terms of aspiring for the same manifestation point. It's interesting, and it's very interesting that I think it's very interesting too that the guide did not show themselves to you in this context, because this would give some kind of indication about the fact that this could also be coming through the space of the divine counterpart, particularly and especially given the context of the last dream that we saw, which said that we saw a lot of indications that your divine counterpart has the qualities of being a patient teacher. So thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. No, they're saying pay attention to the intention. They knew you were paying attention. They were saying pay attention. Pay attention to the intention. Oh, you wrote down the same things. Thank you, Ivana. Interesting. Yeah, you saw that staircase. It was a cool reading. You make it sound so simple to decode. I was picking my brain for days. You're welcome, dear. Happy to help. You're so welcome. All right, let's continue right now. All right, the next person we're reading for today is, we've got Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And for anybody waiting, we have 3 more reads today before we'll be moving into 1 card readings for super fans. Oh, correction, because Minnie got on 4. Yep. Just bear with me a moment. Okay. And before we continue with Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. You're so welcome, Numbwari. Thank you for being here and also receiving these messages. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. Thank you. We'll do it again after the next reading. Can the hair stand up? Excellent. And I've got Stella here. Guys, make sure to give Stella some love. Yep. Okay. So we're getting another reading in relationality to clarity on the last reading that we had. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Stella? I have questions on the last reading. I said that you could have been That, and I need to stress this. Everything that you're articulating, you said that he and I would have actually been wonderful if he had been authentic. Correct. In previous readings, you also said that you believe the only thing he really wanted was that night. Correct. Then in the very last reading, you said he thought to himself, I wish I had met her earlier. Correct. And you also said that he should have left me where I was. Correct. I need a little more clarity on all of that. Got it. And one more thing. I'm capable of being in a relationship again now, and I feel it, but why wasn't I for all those years? I'd like some clarification on that as well. Why didn't I just fall in love again and forget about them? Is it normal over the course of things? Okay, so the clarity. You have to remember, we're seeing a situation by which another person came here to recognize that security is not the same. Security is not the same as love. I see somebody who effectively lived a life where they chose security over feelings again and again and again. So anything you see around this person, I want you to recognize that that was them always choosing the most secure choice. I see that that's what they chose in relationality to partner. I see a lot of that came in the form of advice, not necessarily moving towards where their heart space led them, but in somebody, like I see somebody who effectively, I literally see someone who, like, before they actually got married, were moved away from like the love of their life because someone said, you know, that's not really a good match for you. This would be someone who creates more security, right? So I literally see somebody that doesn't build into the relationships around them, are not framed from the space of them following their heart, but being too insecure to follow their heart space, and instead looking at relationship from the context of a wise decision. And this is why I see somebody, right? I literally see somebody who was advised, right? And I know it's kind of like, it's kind of gross energy. Like I often see this with older energy, like someone who said, like, that person, like, that is someone who's best left as a dalliance, right? Like somebody who was often articulated and told, right? Like literally somebody who potentially was raised with the idea that you could quantify like the difference between someone that would be like someone to be in relationship with versus someone that they could effectively continue to have a relationship with. I need to stress everything I'm reading here is really gross energy. So this is not something I'm saying advisably because you're seeing what it's led them to. So now I see a situation by which another person was basically like, it's like someone taught them, like, and here's the worst part about it. The person that taught them this was also miserable. They just wanted company in their misery, right? They were absolutely energetically miserable. They wanted company in their misery. So they taught another person to energetically do this, which says don't, like, and here's the worst part about it. Whoever taught them this knew it was wrong. They knew that the day would come that they recognized that they would forever blame them for it, because they knew that they were basically trapping them in a miserable relationship. And then they would have company. They would feel energetically better about themselves, right? This person is not good at recognizing the intention by which others give them advice. So not only were they given bad advice by someone, but it was someone who was looking to give someone advice to edify the choices that they made that had led them to be miserable too. So I see somebody absolutely miserable. I see someone in a relationship by which they don't necessarily feel that passion, but they feel the energetic security of the partnership. And again, I told you, they have all of these, like, I keep on hearing they have all of these, like, relationships around them that are not actually, like, everybody know, it's like the open, like, it's obvious what's going on there. And everybody just kind of ignores it. And here's the thing about it. So everything I said in terms of had they come here, like had they come here and done what they were supposed to do, which is like allow the shape of their passion to fortify their partnerships, you guys would have been lovely together, but not in this life, because that's not the choices that they were making. And in the space by which they said, here's the funny thing about it, they said that I told you, they said in their head they wish they'd met you earlier. It wouldn't have mattered, right? It wouldn't matter if they'd met you earlier. But the only thing I see that was early about it is I see that there was something about, right? There was something, and this is why even them saying that is creepy. There was something about you not only being energetically beautiful, but the position that you were in, right? Because again, I see this person as somewhat of a social climber, right? Something about not just how you looked, but who you were. Like I see somebody who would have been who recognized that you would have been a good counterpart for them because you checked off the boxes both for security, but also for energetic looks, right? And that's what I meant in terms of them identifying, by which they were saying, I wish I met you earlier. And that's why they also should have left you where you were, because they recognized that there's nothing that they could give you so much as they were taking from you. And then and that is the clarity and relationality to everything I saw there. And that's what I meant about it being profoundly gross energy. In relationality to why you weren't ready, it says to me that a lot of the reason that you weren't energetically ready was because a lot of this, like this is someone who intentionally never fully was open to you about what occurred there. They left you with a lot of questions unanswered, or making you feel like there was something that you'd done in terms, because I keep on seeing, like, I feel like this is somebody who had every intention with the assumption that if you just became complicit, right? If you'd been complicit, it would have continued. If you had been less upset, it would have gone on longer. And I'm not saying that as a positive. That's sad, right? That's upsetting. That's concerning, right? Because that observation of someone who recognized and knew that they were the worst thing that ever happened to you, but then further doubled down on it by trying to make you feel not only like it never happened, but also telling others that you yourself, right? Like protecting themselves by telling others that you weren't well because they didn't want to take accountability for what they'd done. Like this is why I see that it took you so long to heal from it, because it feels to me like not only were you trying to heal, but they tainted, right? They energetically tainted all of the energy around you by trying to articulate, right? By trying to, instead of admitting to the fact that they'd hurt you, every time you expressed it, they tried to articulate to others that you were energetically obsessed with them. And that's why I see it took you so long to recover, because not only, I keep on hearing you were healing for two, not only were you healing for what they'd done to you, but you had to navigate all of the energy around you where this person was painting a false story in order to save themselves from the inevitable moment by which you told another person what had energetically occurred. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah. It's like I see somebody with like some kind of salt the earth mentality, right? By which they recognized, like the moment they recognized that they crossed a line with you, right? They started creating false stories about you, right? Because that modality of them creating false stories about you was how they were energetically trying to protect you from the modality by which they knew that eventually they would, like, the truth would come out, right? Eventually what they had done would come to the surface. So I see that even in the moment they saw that you were upset was the moment they started planting those false stories. So it's not surprising to me by which it took you so many years, because a lot of the observation that we're seeing here is somebody who effectively, right, effectively was creating the space by which they were energetically protecting themselves by making things harder for you, or articulating upon, right, articulating the difficulty through which they themselves, and that's what I meant, like you guys, if they again, I told you this person's miserable moment is they always choose the safe, they always choose the safest point, and that is why they're so dangerous, because the safety, like the safety by which they do things, is at the detriment of everyone else around them, right? They're constantly in the position by which they're saving their own skin. And the observation about the fact that they don't care about anyone or anyone beyond them is what's creating, like, it's a self-created misery that they effectively work through, that everyone else can see. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list today, the list is closed, but you can get on the list. You can get on the list for tomorrow, and you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Minnie, I need to ask, would you be comfortable being the first person read for tomorrow? You're so welcome. Okay. Excellent. And the next person we're reading for today is, I'm still looking for Jamie. If Jamie's not here, the next person on the list for today is Bolton. Bolton, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And just reading over the comments. Sending you support on that healing journey, Mazzy. How you doing today, Bobby? It's very kind of you to say, gamer. I'm a tarot reader, CW. Hi there, Vinya. Okay. All right, perfect. Oh, I appreciate that, Minnie. The collective was already done, Ayana. You can find it over on the stack or over on the place where we keep the videos. Absolutely. And Lotus, thank you for those gifts, dear. Oh, that's kind of you, Lewis. Hope you're having a beautiful day. It is a bore close. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Excellent. Oh, they said 2 p.m. Okay, good to know. All right, the next person. Actually, so here's the thing. You know what? I'm still looking for Jamie. If Jamie and Bolton aren't here right now, then Minnie, I can do you. I got your reading today. So if you want to let me know if you want to do a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And for anybody else who's sticking around for a 1-card reading for Superfam or for those who are paid members, you will be starting those right after this reading. Perfect. And thank you for letting me know that it's over on the disco. Just bear with me a moment as I pull it up. All right. Minnie, where'd you post it? Inside T, I got you. Okay, one moment. I just need a moment to read over this before we begin. How you doing today, Emma? I hope you're having a lovely day. All right. And while I read over this message from Minnie, let's warm up those. I'm going to give you guys a hearth warmer, something to keep it to talk about while I read. What is the uniqueness about yourself that you're coming to appreciate? Mm. Mm. I got you there. That should never happen laughing. And if they're doing that, it has more to say about and how they feel about themselves than it has anything to do with you. All right. So, I mean, I think that one of the things I'm seeing here is the observation of you working I see you working very hard. Um, like more than anything, what I'm really identifying that you're doing right now is a lot of deep inner child healing. And the thing you have to recognize with inner child healing is, and I'm not sure why I feel like I see something coming up around this. I just keep on hearing someone saying to you when you were younger, oh, there's nothing we can do, right? But I see you more so working into the understanding or the vector of recognizing that that point of consideration, that point of consideration by which we bring through things allows others to be able to do things beyond the limits, right? Not necessarily being defined by what another person is putting them through. And I feel like there's something really important about that, because it's not just the fact that I see a situation by which another person is going through something, but I feel like I see somebody healing from some relationship by which another person tried to articulate to them that they felt confident that they would energetically come back because they wouldn't have anywhere to go. Like, especially in the realms, like I literally, I see somebody here, right? I see some kind of situation by which another person was trying to create a space by which another person and I want to describe this. Like this is what when I see this, this is the most deplorable of all relationships, right? The observation of another person becoming their worst version of self, and then trying to articulate to another that they were felt confident that they would effectively come back towards them because they recognized or identified the fact that they had no other choice. So not only do I see that, but I see that you and another person are effectively acting as shield from a deplorable person, right? And a deplorable person tries to build a relationship out of a lack space, right? A deplorable person tries to build a relationship out of a lack space because they try to effectively articulate and say, you'll accept this because what choice do you have? So understand that from the perspective of the guides, you are acting as that energy's angelic because your ability of helping another person see, right? Like your ability of helping another person see that not only is that not true, but also that they don't have to energetically tolerate someone making them feel that way is how, like, I see you effectively creating the state that's going to allow them to be able to move into their best possible, right? Their best possible experience. And I keep on seeing, I think it's interesting because in the shape or nature of another person articulating or observing here, right? The mentality or the modality by which they're effectively articulating and stating, there's no way I could ever energetically repay you, right? I feel like that is the observation of another person that recognizes that gift, right? Like that gift of helping another person find those possibilities is the highest gift as it relates to your own energetic abundance. Because everything I keep on seeing here towards you effectively focusing or articulating in that way is helping. Like I see somebody, you know, I think it's interesting too because I see it allowing someone to effectively focus on a pathwork by which they themselves create the same possible experiences for another, right? I just keep on seeing. It's funny because the term I keep on hearing from the guides is I pass the savings down to you, which is potentially seeing. I feel like I don't know if this is someone who has some kind of interest in helping others, but I see them like it's something about that is changing their own framework in relationality to what they do, or being, I keep on hearing, being in the space by which they want to help others in that same context. Bottom of the deck on this reading, specifically with this Seven of Wands in its reversal. What I'm identifying with this Seven of Wands in its reversal, like I feel like it's like the state or nature by which you articulate um, that feeling of saving. Um, the one thing I see that's really important is making sure that you're helping others with those plans, right? Because I feel like, like this is, and it's interesting too, because I've got the two different energies around you, right? And the one thing I keep on seeing has to do with unified direction or the ability by which you say to another, like, this is, like, in terms of you articulating upon what your plans are, remember, preparation is the highest gift, because I feel like I see a situation by which you're articulating to others the state or nature by which you're working through plans. And it's interesting too, I don't know why I keep on getting something about plans and land coming through, like plans and land, because I'm not sure why, but I feel like something about recognizing or identifying what others' manifestation goals are is important in the context of helping another person see or identify what your plans are as well. And I like to point this out. Make sure others have articulated to you what their plans are, because I feel like something in the job, like something about your journey right now. I know you identified your journey of finding a new home, but your ability of understanding what direction the others around you aspire to go is what's potentially going to create, like, what I see the ideal circumstances being. Because, like, not and having a conversation with everybody about what their ideals are, right? Which is not what they're reaching towards, but what would be energetically ideal. Because you knowing their ideal circumstances means that you can keep an eye out for those ideal circumstances. So make sure that you're having a lot of meetings as it relates to goal setting and as it relates to actively energetically planning, because I feel like there's something really important about that, but you can't do that unless you know what those ideals are. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed today, but if you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh. Insight Tea is only meant for readings if you've seen from someone from collective in your dreams. That's amazing. Sharing is caring. Oh, I have been in your dreams? That's wild. My ability to potentially act as therapist for others. That's beautiful. I mean, that's something important that you should keep in mind in relationality to life path right now, Nikki. Yeah. I'm the only one who participates in Hearthwarmers. I appreciate it, though. That makes sense because I want to protect others. I like the fact that you're holding everyone accountable for that, Nikki. Yeah, you wanted to protect her from that. I can see why. They needed protecting. Like, I see somebody, I literally see somebody that tried to like, it's haunting. Like, I see somebody who was, like, straight up haunting, being like, you've got nowhere to go. Yeah. I feel that they're in the same boat. Ugh. I'm sending you so much support. Mm-hmm. No, rest assured, I see that in your future. Absolutely. Hi, Q. How are you doing today? Absolutely. You're so welcome, Minnie. Rar, the list is closed today, but we're about to get started on one-card readings for Super Fam and for those who are paid members over on the place where we keep the videos. So if you are a Super Fam, yeah, I get it. And it feels real. It feels real toxic in there. Yeah. All right, we're going to get started on one card readings for Superfam and for those who are paid subscribers. So if you are a paid subscriber over on the place where we keep the videos, just put your question up. And if you are a Superfam, just go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. I think that, you know, I'd be very happy. I feel like, again, Hearthwarmer answers a good question. I got you, Celestial, for Ivana, please. Hmm. Um, it feels to me like there's something really important there about being able to work, like being able to help another person. Um, like it's saying to me like somebody who needs to give themselves more compassion around things is what I'm seeing, particularly bottom of the deck. Yeah, like it's saying to me like this Eight of Pentacles in its reversal talks to us about like not energetically overworking, you know? Um yeah, your animal oracle card was the frog. So I think it's interesting because it says like it says to me it's okay to work hard if somebody, like it's okay to work hard if someone's not, like if there's the state or nature by which something is going to change is what I keep on seeing. So I don't know if this is a situation by which you're considering moving or if there's something location based, but I feel like I see somebody, um, and I feel like this is also potentially happening for you, some kind of manifestation that's changing, that's allowing, like that feels like a focus on building into, I just keep on getting some kind of like some kind of extent by which you're able to, like it's interesting too because what they're basically, I don't know why they're articulating towards a dream space, but they're showing me a dream by which they're trying to articulate to you like a different perspective on something that you might not necessarily have considered before, right? Like it feels to me like somebody who keeps on trying to offer you advice in the form of a different perspective. Ava, one card message from Divine Counterpart, please. I see somebody that is like, I see somebody that's not, they're like, I think I told you this energy was held up for a while. I keep on seeing that they're not held up anymore. Bottom of the deck, these two cards stuck to the bottom of the deck. Yeah, it says to me, like, I see somebody that's working right now to kind of get some kind of realignment back in their life. It feels like they had to step away from their life for a while to navigate something. Yeah, especially with the fire dragon. We don't miss anything that's for us. You know, I feel like I see somebody who feels like they had to take some time away to be there for another. But I feel like it's actually like it's making, it's allowing them the context of coming back into their self or into their life even stronger than they were before. Bridget, one card highest priority, please. Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. I feel like I see some kind of divine counterpart energy around you that are trying to navigate all the downloads that they have. in relationality to their connection to you. Yeah, their dream space is absolutely wild right now. And what's wild about the dream space is I feel like their dream space has changed because they're recognizing or they're finding things there that they didn't know before, you know? I keep on hearing for research purposes only. Hi there, Ruby. Hold on a minute. One card for their feelings towards you. I feel like you're the symbol of stability to them. The problem is some energy tries to run towards stability, some energy tries to run away from it. Animal Oracle, yeah, the hind, right? I see somebody trying to ask themselves if they're ready for the stability that they know would come towards them in being in relationship with you. You know? How are you doing today, Harsh? Yes, I am a tarot reader. So Zara, these are one card readings for paid members. If you'd like to become a paid member, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Laurel, one card on connection with them. I feel like you're helping someone through something that feels energetically overwhelming. Yeah, the thing about it, like, oof, you see all those cards falling down? I feel like I see somebody who's a little bit intimidated by your connection to spirit. You know? Yeah, because it comes so easily to you. Avatar, one card, highest priority, please. Two cards coming out. No, that makes sense. You're supposed to get two cards. I was like, I didn't. You don't have to be nice to someone. You like if someone is insistent, you don't have to be nice to them. Right? You don't have to be nice to pushy energy. Right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's you're not being rude if another person isn't listening. You know? Animal Oracle. Yeah, this wolf energy. Don't let somebody pushy try to accuse you of being impolite. Articulate upon the fact that you've already told them how you feel about something. I got you, Nikki. One card, highest priority, please. Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. You know, sometimes the best thing we can say to one another is, what do you need at this moment? Right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like sometimes, especially with the Three of Pentacles, I feel like I see somebody who's really focused on stability or trying to find, like, create a deeper sense of stability around something. Yeah, especially with the hair energy. You know, it speaks to me. Like, I see somebody that's trying to work fastidiously on stability, but may have a hard time receiving care, right? And it's almost you saying to someone, like, you deserve stability too, right? It's not just about, like, we hold the roof up for each other, right? We don't create the space by which we feel that we constantly have to do that. Highest for Ella, please. We've got the Justice card in its reversal. If someone has shown you that they don't care about being fair, you don't need to have a conversation with them. Yeah, especially with this Fox energy, right? Awareness in terms of someone not doing something fairly is a gift, right? Because at least you can see it. And you can let that kind of frame your determination going forward in terms of what you effectively feel like you want to give them. Yep. Janae, highest priority, please. We've got the Ace of Wands in its reversal. Um, this is saying to me that I feel like this is a really good time for you to be productive, particularly in the realms of making sure that you're writing down any insights that come to you. Yeah, like the Six of Pentacles in its reversal. Yeah, and especially with this hair energy, like one thing I'm identifying is, like I said, be energetically ready for someone to come back to try to see if they still have some kind of effect on you, right? And I keep on getting effect is not affect, which is the difference between someone saying, like, trying to articulate upon them, like somebody who's trying to articulate that they never stop thinking about you, but being like, yeah, but what were you thinking about me? Like, you have to say, like, it's not about, you know, it's not about whether they were thinking about you, it's whether they were thinking like you, right? Like whether you guys were having the same thoughts. Mm-hmm. Alexandra, one card, highest priority, please. I feel like this card does not want to stay in the deck right now with this Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. I genuinely see someone around you. I feel like I see someone around you who feels like they see what you have to go through. Bottom of the deck, particularly with this Moon card in its reversal. You know, I feel like I see somebody that feels, yeah, like your authenticity is a blessing, because like I just keep on seeing, like I see somebody who deeply feels like genuinely that you're a good person. And I almost hear someone saying, like, you know, sometimes the hardest thing to deal with in this world is being good in a world that feels like it celebrates toxicity, is what I keep on getting. Like I keep on seeing someone who feels like you generally I keep on trying to say genuinely, but the word I keep on getting is generally. Like I feel like you're slowly restoring someone's ability in feeling like there's good people out there. Yeah, they are cool cards. Per, one card, please, highest priority. The 10 of, this is interesting because I feel like there's something important. It's interesting too, because something about that dream, like we're gonna have to go back to that dream a few times, because that dream is layered, and I feel like there might be more information that comes from it as you proceed on your journey. Yeah, I feel like there was something about that also connected to quadrants, but it has to do, like, the something about the quadrants as well, like trying to give you further understanding of what you are seeing in the dream space in relationality to the identification of you having that casino energy. But they're saying that it has more to do with quadrants, so trying to help you understand a better shape of what they showed you, not just in that dream, but in the context of the dreams in total. Minnie, how do they feel towards you this weekend? I feel like I see somebody like trying to work through, like I feel like I see somebody trying to work through some type of rough feelings. But it's not, here's the thing about it, it's not rough directed to you, right? I don't know why it almost feels like somebody who feels in some way that they, like, I feel like you have to remind someone that you're not letting them down, that they're not letting you down, is what I keep on getting. You know, there's something, I feel like there's something important there that I see in terms of someone having some kind of misperception on their own, like on the way that you perceive them, or um, like how much of a positive impact they're having on a circumstance or situation. Like it feels like somebody in need of a pep talk. You're so welcome, Ivana. Ioana, thank you for the follow. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Oh, we got to 100K. Well done, friends. Excellent. All right, we're going to be doing another giveaway before we get offline. I am going to be thinking of a number right now between 1 and 33. First person I see that posts a number will get that reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, Alexandra, congratulations. You got it. We will do that again after the next, we will do that again. Well, we won't, I don't think we'll do it again today. All right, final card right now for, call right now for anyone who is a super fam or a paid member who has not, um, who has not had a reading today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you missed the Daily Collective, it'll be up over on the place where we keep, the videos. It'll also be up over on the stack currently. I got you, Star. One card general, please. You got to get better at talking about yourself. Here's the thing about it. It's not, listen, it's not over aggrandizing if it's true. Okay? I feel like I see you having to heal from some, like, I feel like you're having to heal from some kind of inner child wounds where another person tried to make you feel like it wasn't nice to talk about yourself. It's not boasting if it's true. That's you being proud of your accomplishments. Hannah, can you please repeat, dear? I got you, Hannah. One card general, please. Make sure that you're taking this time to see the full possibilities of something before you make a decision. Yeah, don't rush any decisions right now, right? Take some time, some point of consideration as you're effectively moving through, especially if you're feeling very emotionally charged. Like it's okay to do something if it's a good emotion, right? If it's a good idea now, it'll be a good idea like in a few minutes. Just give yourself a little bit of time to energetically heal through something in order to be able to make sure that you're fortified in those choices. You're so welcome, dear. All right, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We'll be back on tomorrow at our normal time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified when I've gone live, you can get over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating the bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event. I got you, Lisa. One card for Lisa, please. It's saying go back to something that you've already done. It's something, it's not, sometimes we don't need to do something new. Sometimes we need to, like it's saying to me, sometimes we need to dust off something and see it with new eyes. This might be a good time to be able to reprise or revise something. Thank you so much. Gila, these are one card readings for paid members. So if you'd like to become a paid member, I'm happy to draw a card for you. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Thank you, Chris, for the follow. I got you, Yaz. One card. Hi. I like that you wrote highest party. It says, like, make sure that you're prioritizing the care of the self right now. And I don't mean that in a selfish way. I mean, I want you to recognize and identify and see how far you've come. I feel like you might be being a little bit hard on yourself in relationality to something that you're doing, right? Don't get hard on yourself. Get, like it says to me, like I feel like this is a time for you to be stretching your legs or building into connection. And I like to point out healthy energy works with us. They don't demand from us. So make sure that you're able to articulate upon the sympathetic energy that feels like it's working in alignment with you, versus you having to navigate circumstances that feel like, I just keep on hearing that feel like they're not being appreciative of the energy that you're putting into things. So allow that to effectively just, like, allow the observation to fortify you as it relates to direction. Yeah, it does feel like a little bit of reaching out to people. Like, this is a good time for you to be networking, is what I was seeing. I'm afraid I don't do pregnancy readings here, Ismail. Sending you so much support on that journey. Yeah, but that's why I saw a party, right? A good time to be able to make those connections or to reconnect to others. How you doing today, Solo? All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers, to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Thank you for those roses, Q. Huge thank you, and thank you for that lightning bolt, Ivana. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me, and the biggest thank you to each and every one of you. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.